Hello, hello. How is everybody doing today? Let me make sure this is on. Yep, we're good. I'm gonna catch up on chat first, but yeah, I normally don't let the this looks kind of silly. I normally don't let the whole album play, but I figured I would this time because I told people I would start at 6, like I said, and I started the actual stream at 5:35. So hope you guys enjoy that. Thank you for sticking around. Don't worry, I have chat on my phone, so if it's not showing up right now, I'll still be able to see it most likely. Um, Welcome, Kinsey. Thank you for being here to mod. Maybe we'll see Phobia in a bit. Devi, and I need to actually let me message Devi right now. Hold on a second. I need to go into Discord. Live right now. Sorry, forgot to mention ahead of time. LOL. Yeah. Da. Da. That was a that's a SpongeBob laugh. It's very muted because I didn't put my full soul into it. Maybe another time. Uh, um, but yeah, hope you guys are doing well. Ghost Ship, good to see you as well. We got Ivan Avi. It's been a while since I've seen you in chat, I think. Omar, James Parker, welcome. Tony Parrish, welcome. RT, welcome, of course. Eddie, Danilio, Draco, and let's see who else we got up in here. Your cheap date from Patreon. Thank you for being here as well. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing all right. We'll talk about it. The title of the stream is obviously very provocative, but it's also true. Just here for the mycelial network. Mycelial network. You just triggered the you redeemed the soundbite.
The mycelial network is like
mycelial network. I love that. I love that. Ooh, we got a 10. We got a 10 from Draco just because I didn't get the opportunity to donate on Star Trek Day. No problem. Well, yeah, I'm gonna add that in a little bit to the fundraiser. Because we're continuing that, by the way, just to let you guys know, we are continuing the fundraiser for my alien biology documentary Wild Space. If you've been watching any of my videos recently, you will have noticed, perhaps if you watched past the credits, that I have been teasing, and I put out the full trailer as well. I've been teasing my upcoming mega video. It's going to be over an hour long. My updated alien biology thoughts, and it's called Wild Space, and I've been kind of putting the trailer at the end of my videos, or snippets of it. So I hope you guys enjoy that. But yeah, we're going to be continuing the fundraiser for it. Thanks for indulging me. No problem. Ivan, noticed you said that you've recently been going back and playing Mass Effect again for the first time in 10 years. First time in 10 years. So this is are you picking up Legendary Edition, or is this the originals? Because that's of course how I got into it. I knew of Mass Effect obviously before that, just from pop culture, but I hadn't played it. But I have been going back and doing runs recently. I cannot wait for Wild Space, honestly. Hey, I love that. That's awesome. First Legendary Edition playthrough, awesome. Yeah. Don't get stuck doing too many non-story missions unless you don't care about that, because that kind of stuff really gets on my nerves. It's like, this is Admiral Hackett. Wait, no, that's kind of the Elusive Man voice. Shepard, this is Admiral Hackett. I need you to go do this thing that has no story consequences, but might increase your war assets a little bit. But, you got to do like all this other DLC stuff in order to get the best ending. It's crazy. Not to spoil or anything. I mean, if you've played the games before, you know what to expect. But yeah, my wife is playing through it too, and she gets so annoyed at Hackett. She's not alone then, and neither am I. That's cool. Um, yeah. So Final Fantasy VII Rebirth was horrible with side stuff. I know they just put stuff in these games to just, well, I mean, you could say it's bloat. I mean, and the games themselves are huge as a result, file size wise and hours wise, right? But like, you know, it it's kind of the issue with like open world games, even though that's not necessarily how I would describe Mass Effect. It's it's an RPG. But yeah, it's like, and it has a narrative, of course, but like, uh, you just are expected. It's like, I guess, is it for unemployed people? Like, I don't know. Like, are you expected to just spend your whole life playing these games? That's why I'd tell people like, I don't really have time. Time efficiency is huge for me. That's why I can't sit down and watch, like, unless it is something I've already seen, like Star Trek. I can't sit down in good conscience and watch you know a TV show that has like more than 100 episodes, 200 episodes. Like, what the hell? Like, that's, I don't, I gotta go pick up lunch. Like, what are you talking about? I don't have time for this. Welcome, Cambria. Good to see you here. Watching Alien Earth, loving the Blade Runner hints and tie. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, people have been mentioning that in my comment section for a while, like, hinting on possible connections between those two universes or those two properties. Super excited for the Metal Gear video. Great choice for content. Thank you. Yeah, it's gonna be just a little taste, but it's gonna be edited very soon. And normally I would have had it ready earlier, but it's being edited by Phobia, and he's finishing up another project, so he's going to do that before he picks up his next one, and so that's going to be cool. But I think you guys will enjoy it. We had a lot of fun shooting it. If you guys know about it, you've probably seen the teaser, you've probably seen the behind the scenes photos on Patreon and stuff. um, but yeah, that was that was something else. um, yeah. But I thought Mass Effect was a dating sim. Dude, you can make it into a dating sim. Yeah, I'm trying to think of a good segue into um, the main topic of the stream. Um, Obviously, like, I am perfectly happy to answer you guys' like chat questions, like sci-fi questions. Also, I would encourage any and all. In fact, let me make a pinned like chat. Ask me anything about the channel, sci-fi, uh, life in, well, not my life. I don't, not my personal life. Uh, Philosophy. No. Ask me anything about the meaning the meaning of life. That's funny. The meaning of life, etc. I'll go ahead and pin this. What I should do. Well, I don't know. People know the Patreon. I mean the PayPal link by now. I'll transition into the fundraiser in a minute. Good to see you, Popper J. Welcome. Yeah, I'll transition into the fundraiser in a minute, but yeah, I'm trying to think of a good segue into like the main topic of the stream, which is, I don't know if let me know, you guys, if you've seen this. Plenty of people on YouTube right now, including some of you guys might watch Rowan J. Coleman, some of you guys might watch Red Letter Media. They have been uploading videos to the effect of YouTube is broken. and you've heard probably channels big and small. Again, if this is true, please echo that down in the chat so we can get that conversation going. Um, uh, we've heard YouTubers big and small, and this is not new, but it's getting worse lately, talking about how views are down on the website. Even channels that don't comment on YouTube have mentioned it at the top of their videos. Exactly, yeah. uh, YouTube, like YouTube's copyright system. That's Rowan has been battling that. He had to take down his Terminator 2 video the other day. Like that was really, and that was a good video. I watched it. It's on Patreon, but as well. But like, it's just got obliterated by Content ID. But I would say I'm also experiencing like a decline in views. You need likes and comments pretty much now. Yeah, by the way, like the stream, guys, if you haven't already. That's engagement. It helps promote it to YouTube to let them know, to the algorithm to let people know that I'm live, if they're not subscribed to me, or even if they are, because apparently, uh, people who are subscribed still need recommendations, but we'll get to that. You stream sometimes. Did you hear about the August drop off? Well, uh, I didn't hear. I haven't heard about like specific names of things, but August definitely seemed like a drop off. And in September, I've been experiencing that as well. I mean, I, mapping the Dominion War I put out the other day. That's a perfect example. I'm gonna be honest. I really have no idea why it's not performing that well. My Starfleet video is has crossed 12K views. Augments has 18K views. That's not awful for a humans video on my channel, but like, uh, I don't know. Some of these videos, and then of course the Incredibles, that was going to be kind of a lost cause, but like, uh, it's just, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. So we can get into why that is. We'll talk about why that is. We'll talk about what it means for me going forward, and we'll talk about what you guys can do to help, and we'll talk about just the future of YouTube, and then also like, um some other stuff. But I want to go ahead and shout out, Ivo gave me a $10 pledge on Patreon. Welcome. I'll go ahead and in a little bit I will fulfill the personalized thank you message for that tier. But I appreciate it, and that is definitely going on the fundraising tracker, which, like I said, I'll switch to in a few minutes. I saw Roan's vid on this issue. Yeah, I did too. It was that one I did watch, and it was very good. I was surprised to see the thumbnail and title from that particular channel. Yeah, or yeah, a different one. I've seen several other creators having issues with this kind of thing. I feel like shorts are being pushed to an inordinate degree, especially when it comes to people like me who rarely use them. That is a very good point. Um, and like I said, I'm just trying to keep track of the money so we don't get lost. Um, you deserve it. Thank you, thank you. I hope you enjoy the other perks as well. Um, but yeah, shorts. Now this is something that has been going on since 2021 is when they introduced them, but it got significantly worse, measurably worse, noticeably worse. I would say in like August or September of 2023, so right around the time right after Neil Mohan took over as CEO of YouTube from Susan Wojcicki, who a lot of us had problems with as well. But I'm gonna be honest, I kind of, well, of course she's passed away, but I wish that we had kept her longer, because I really do not like what Neil's. But I mean, Neil came in and is just doing the same kind of AI stuff, right? That all these other tech companies are doing, and shorts were introduced. This was even before like, this is when the AI bubble was like younger. Shorts were introduced as a way to compete with TikTok. because believe it or not, as hard as it might be for some people to believe, because I've had to explain this before, in my demographic, my generation, I mean, I personally don't use TikTok that much, but most people my age do, way more than YouTube. Or I say way more, just more than YouTube. Obviously, everybody watches YouTube, but like Zoomers watch TikTok more than YouTube, and it's, people are leaving this website. So like, of course, from a business standpoint, it makes sense that they're going to do that, but you're just sullying the uh, experience that made this website special, which is that it was not like the other guys. I comment on uh, almost all of Orange River's videos about Worf not winning a hand of poker after the emissary. You do. I see all of them. I think it was connected to the Twitch bot clean out. It could be. How's your SEO? Well, I do have a website and it's not really all that optimized, but even if I did some, extra SEO for my YouTube channel, that still would not really, that would only marginally affect uh, like my views in the algorithm, like the vast majority of growth on YouTube, the vast majority of views comes from the algorithm, comes from recommendations on the homepage. And so SEO is important, but it's not everything. And I definitely want people to, you know, understand that as well. Wasn't a big part of Coleman's video about people using ad blocking software? Is YouTube putting too many ads perhaps? There, by the way, welcome Colin. There have been more uh and Brian Recluse, mentioned this as well about the ad blocks. There have been there So what's going on with ads, because people are using ad blocks and YouTube is trying to get around it, and has been for a long time. Basically what's going on is YouTube has traditionally let you put pre-rolls, mid-rolls, and I guess post rolls or whatever, as at the end of the video. It's how it's always been, or been for a long time. Now, what they have done in recent times is they have pushed what are called automatic ad slots. And again, Rowan talked about this. Automatic ad slots. They put them at shitty places in the video. So if you disable them, because I do mid rolls, and I really don't make any apologies for that. But I do try to put them in places that make sense. Like at the end of the chapters. Uh, like if you turn off the automatic ad slots, you can put the manual ones in, but YouTube will say, "Hey, guess what? We may not show ads here." Now, I think that mid-rolls have always been like a place where an ad might show up. That I don't think that's new necessarily. What is new is the fact that they're, number one, being like more straight, like open about it and like in your face about it, and number two, like more, um, it's kind of like codified now, where it's like, we definitely may not show an ad here. You guys catch my drift? Like, they're they're trying to, and see, all these decisions that YouTube makes, it kind of puzzles me, because it's like, well, then they're kind of preventing themselves from making extra money, but that's still what's happening, right? On my phone, at least, one short always has to be announced when there is another notification for YouTube. Yeah. Um, Shorts just ruining everything. The slow race to the bottom of the fastest. That is capitalism, exactly. I enjoy your Star Trek videos. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. I have Fancy Pants Premium. I do too, and it's obviously not something that you can like tell everybody like you should get premium because like it's kind of expensive. Like it's kind of unreasonably expensive actually. Like definitely overpriced. But I do have it, and it is actually like a really good way to help out creators. So if you guys have, I mean, God, what the hell is it now? Shit, like $13 a month or something. I don't know. It's basically like a, you know, $15 a month. It's like a subscription service almost. If any of you guys have the monetary capacity to do that, um, it helps me out. Uh, but there's also you know uh, ways to get some of the benefits of premium without paying for it. But I won't go into detail about that. Oracle, who seems ready to scoop up TikTok, is not a company I'll do anything with on moral grounds, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I haven't looked into them as much, but I guess they're I guess they're still going to try to force a sale. That's just so obnoxious. Um, Thanks for the recap. It sounds like a pretty tough situation. Like some others here, I also have premium, so much of this is invisible to me. Yeah, I haven't seen a YouTube ad in years, but obviously most people do, and most people it affects them, and like that's of course that's not really the biggest. Um, I mean, uh, YouTube showing ads to people. I wish they would show more ads because that's how I get paid. But the way that they're doing it is just it doesn't make sense. Do you think small creators are cooked? That's a good question. I will get to that in a second because that's honestly a very natural like continuation of this conversation. Um, it really depends on how much you use premium, right? I also get YouTube Music, which means I don't need Spotify. Yeah, I actually have I don't pay for Spotify, but I have like the app because YouTube Music is kind of I don't I don't like it too much. But if yeah, if you use premium a lot, it helps people more. So it does help. Yeah. How many subscribers do you need to get paid on YouTube? 1,000 at least. But you also need to have like 3 or 4 thousand hours of watch time. I think 4,000 hours of watch time. Um, you can earn like super chats and stuff with 500 subs and 3,000 hours, I think, something like that. But it's like, well, in some ways that actually is better than ad revenue. So I actually like that they did that, but it's not the full package. But does okay. Trying to figure out what order I want to answer these questions in. One could say the order that they're appearing in chat, but that would be too simple. Welcome, Debbie. Yeah, Ivan kind of hopped in with that. Um, yeah, so our creators cooked. um, in a way, I think yes. But it's because of a lot of issues. Like I I I actually do think, and Kinsey, this is a topic that he and I have discussed at length extensively. Um, I would at this point probably advise against someone trying to start a YouTube channel and get monetized and go full time. Like I'm actually at the point where I think that that's just it's not the right time. I'm very lucky that I've made it this far. 100K, I mean, 100K subs probably will happen next year. In fact, it almost certainly will. Um, Beyond that, I think anything else might be a pipe dream. And what I am trying to do, because I consider myself to be a small creator, what I'm trying to do is I am trying to get in a position where I have I have my Patreon money, I have my I actually have a I edit for another client on the weekends, and so that's money that I get as well. What else am I thinking of? Memberships. Um, try to get a sponsor for every video and try to get more sponsor money, which as I increase in sub count, I will be able to charge more for sponsorships. And we can talk about sponsorships in a little bit. Um, so MySpace instead of YouTube, dude, I wish they would bring back MySpace. uh, MySpace, there, that was the golden age of social media. And it lasted for like 2 seconds. Um, basically, and I think next year I've talked with my patrons and members about this. I think I'm probably going to want to eventually like kind of scale back to monthly uploads. Now that's going to be an experiment. There may come a time where I decide like, I don't know, I think I not need to just actually like pump out content to make money, but like if I can do like, you know, fundraisers, I guess for those videos and like, which I'm doing now, but also like just really make sure they have a sponsor, maybe keep costs down by possibly editing it myself, because I do pay an editor. Try to find the right ratio, trying to find the right ratio of spending versus income so I can just kind of stay steady. I would like to try to do that. Now I'm in a position where I can do that. For somebody that's starting out, it's going to be even harder. Because growth is so random, right? There was a creator that I saw who um, had I'm not going to say their names because they were kind of an asshole to me in an email, and so I really don't want anything to do with them. They were just so arrogant. But like uh they had like some viral content that was related to sci-fi that went mega viral, getting like hundreds of thousands of views in the span of days, hours even. And so like now I don't know if they're like ahead of me now. They might be. But it's like it can happen. It is so luck based. It is so luck based. But the problem is that even if you're trying to build up a channel, people are leaving. People are leaving the website because they don't like shorts and they don't like AI. And I can't blame them for especially the AI thing. Now shorts are annoying. They have kind of contributed to the ruining of the website. I watch shorts from people that I'm subscribed to because it's like, okay, that's extra content from somebody that I actually care about, right? Excuse me. And I make my own, but I've stopped uploading them a lot. But to kind of wrap up, Ivan, my long-winded answer to that question, ultra long term, we're talking like years from now when the AI bubble bursts, because it will burst in 3 to 4 years. Optimistically, we could see maybe that actually leads to some positive effects. And if there's some other world event that encourages people to like be at home watching videos, that could help me. Like that happened with COVID. Um, but like if the AI bubble bursts, maybe that could actually like be a good thing. But if enough people have left and are not coming back, then and if just the money just keeps dwindling, um I definitely think I will need to look into other platforms. I don't want to do Twitch because I don't like streaming, the thing I'm doing right now. It's incredibly exhausting, and I really could not do that like multiple times a week. That sounds horrible. Um, uh, but there is nowhere else, so we're kind of fucked. Is the problem. Um, I'll still have my sub count, right? And I do think that when I get verified, I think that will help. I think people take verified channels more seriously, and I think that will give me some more like street cred, I guess. But I guess what I'm saying is I'm going to try to reach some kind of homeostasis in the event that there is an apocalyptic something that happens with the website and it's just people are deserting it and YouTube is like actually dying. Um, Patreon. I don't know. I don't really know. There is no alternative video hosting service that's monetized. There is Nebula, but you have to be invited, and it's just not like it's not a panacea. Um, but like there would what we do need actually is for our government to enforce antitrust laws. We need to break up the big tech monopolies, and it's like Standard Oil. There will be YouTube West, YouTube East. I'm joking about the names, but you get what I'm saying. Like, split it into different websites. Um, Again, this is easier said than done, I suppose, but damn it, it doesn't mean that we shouldn't try. But I don't know. I think whatever platform, I want to do something that I can like be artistic and self-employed. Now, does that mean I might never own a house? Possibly, but that's a different story. Yeah. I've kind of given up on making any real money on YouTube. I just love making videos. And you know what? That is also like the right attitude. Um, talk about this a lot with other people. Get rid of some of these other notifications. And I also like a bunch of people who suggest like alternative websites. My response is like, I appreciate your attitude, but like there's so many, you could throw out so many names. My response is, number one, whatever pet alternative to YouTube that you can come up with, I swear to God, I'm sorry, nobody's heard of it. Number two, frankly, what often happens is that a lot of these sites become echo chambers for political extremism. That's just the facts. Have we talked about how great and useful the subscription tab is? I hinted at it earlier, but I'll do it again. Welcome, Phobia. So in Rowan's video, one thing that he did is he mentioned like, okay, if you're subscribed to me, instead of relying on recommendations to like the homepage to show you content from my channel, bookmark the subscriptions tab. And it's like, yeah, I guess a lot of us really do need to keep mentioning that, don't we? Ivan says, did somebody say Rumble? Did somebody say Kick? Like, it's that's exactly what I'm talking about. This AI situation will end eventually. I have faith. Yeah, it definitely will. I guess the question remains, like, when we come out the other side of that, are people going to come back to YouTube? That's the question, I guess, right? I really hope YouTube gets some competition in the future. This monopoly Google's got is crazy. It is crazy. I think Daily Motion is going to be blowing up any day now. I can't tell if that is a serious prediction, but Daily Motion is definitely like a website that I am aware of that has like its own benefits as well. So I don't know. Something needs to. If we had a real government, it would be nationalized and open and not siphon your income from it. Yeah. Yeah, Twitch is not a YouTube competitor. Streaming does nothing on YouTube and uploading videos does nothing on Twitch. Exactly. Who is this new AI actress? I've seen articles about it, but I haven't looked into it because it's like, yeah, this isn't going to matter in 4 years. 5 years. Yeah, Austin. That's exactly my point. Is like, sure, you can get some of these people switching to these other platforms, but they're just, and it's not even just right wing echo chambers, you know, because there are left wing echo chambers too. Blue sky. And I say this as a leftist. uh, but um, yeah, like a lot of just Nazi shit, you know. I just remember people talking about when Google Plus was a thing. Yeah, that was a while ago. That's right. You know, Vimeo is not really monetized. You know, I used it for a while, but like any day now, Google Plus is going to take out. Yeah, no, I get you. Man, we're cooked. We are cooked. Yeah. So like I said, to kind of put a bow on the answer to that question, like small creators, uh, I think it's harder for us now than it ever has been, like legitimately, and it's either going to keep getting worse until the website just dies, or maybe we'll see some kind of like renaissance when the AI bubble bursts. Those are two possibilities. It remains to be seen what happens. I'm worried. I'm really worried that there is going to be no renaissance and that YouTube is just dying. But like I said, as long as there's some kind of platform that I can monetize my art, that's really all I care about. And I would, you know, I would probably have to come up with some kind of other supplemental income scheme, but I'm pretty good at figuring stuff like that out, I think. You know, I could be a freelancer. You know, I edit for people, I shoot for people. I do that in real life already outside of YouTube. I could just do more of that. I don't really want that to be my future because I like my main thing, you know, you know, being self-employed and being my own boss and uploading YouTube content, right? What was your favorite time the US economy was in a recession in your lifetime, Tyler? Dude, exactly, man. Uh, well, let's see. I've lived through 3 recessions. There was the dot-com bubble burst, and I don't remember that because I was 2 when that happened. There was the 2008 recession. I do remember that. And there was some anxiety around that because I was thinking like, okay, you know, my dad's job, like, is that safe? You know, now fortunately he survived 2008, but it was an anxious time, right? And COVID, the uh like 2020 was probably the worst year of my life for a lot of reasons, but I actually kind of I think I kind of benefited from it from, like I said, people staying home. Like you have to do something with your time, you know? So I guess that's my favorite recession. I guess 2020 was my favorite recession. Uh you know, I'm always shooting photos and videos freelance for people outside of YouTube. It's not reliable income by any means, but it only ever takes like a day to do it when the opportunity arises. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I would just be poor, but that's not new, you know? The internet has gotten worse and worse in recent years. It peaked in 2003 for me. Dude, like, I can believe that. Like, I remember using the internet in the 2000s. Like, I was a teenager in the 2010s, and so like but I came of age in like the Tumblr Vsauce um uh you know, pre 2016 zeitgeist of like that's what was big at the time, and that was a good time to be on the internet in my opinion. But I definitely can understand how people who are older than me be like, you know, the 2000s internet, that's where it was at, because I do remember that too, and it was so much more innocent, man. I miss that. My dad had to work 2 states away during the '08 recession. Man, that's rough. It's kind of insane how we're still living in the consequences of 2008 and 2020, and they're piling a third on us, dude. Exactly. Like it is. I mean, I swear, 2028, 2029. Like that's when everything's going to hit the fan. And I use those dates because it's been very like seriously forecasted by a lot of people who know what they're talking about. Who, unlike other people who missed the 2008 recession, because there were people who missed the 2008 recession and thought that the U.S. economy was just going to keep like growing and growing and growing until we had like a GDP of like, what's our GDP now? Like a bigger one. Um, but like that didn't happen. Duh. And if you were paying attention at the time, you would have known that, right? From, the housing market kind of starting to go haywire, construction industry. This was as far back as 2005. The warning signs were there. Anybody who was paying attention would have known that. So that's why I think that uh economically and technologically, I think that we are vast generations away from anything approaching like artificial general intelligence. I was 13 in 2000. It was popping, so much to do, so many people to talk to. People were so friendly. Yeah. And that's one thing, at least Discord, like Discord's got problems, but at least it's kind of like a glorified chat room, right? Where you can like actually talk with people, you know? And yes, this does stem from Reaganism. The early 2000s were so peak: Game Boy Advance, GameCube, PS2, Xbox, PC, Dreamcast, all competing in the market at the same time. It was the golden age of video game creativity. Have you experienced YouTube using content ID from other creators to claim your videos? Yes, that has happened. But if you report it, you can like get the claim removed because it's obviously like BS. Brian, welcome. What's your take on how Enterprise as a series has surged in popularity in the streaming era and has given so many references in both Kelvin Trek and the new shows? I think it's appropriate. I think it's good to have those tie-ins. When I go back and looked at magazines printed during the early 2000s, it actually feels like an alternate universe. Everything is so positive and funny and diverse. Yes. And again, I'll just say this. 9/11. 9/11 was also a major turning point. Obviously, like, there was like years of pop culture after that was not quite as dark, but like, um, and then but like, especially 2016 to present, like, you know, like Trump was a, and when I say 9/11, I mean like shifting us into like a kind of like a darker mood, right, as a society. 2016, Trump was the culmination of a lot of failures of neoliberalism, right, that led to him. But to say that his election didn't have consequences would, of course, be completely, uh, just objectively wrong. Um, you know, it has had major consequences, like devastating consequences. And part of that is just, I mean, it's one thing to like, say that civility in politics is overrated, and I definitely can sympathize with that. But even in real life, like people are just rude now. You know what I'm saying? Like people, their worst selves, our worst selves, are coming out, and we're like just degrading as a society. So you could say that Trump accelerated that at the very least. Um, Culture definitely froze after 9/11. Yeah, it did. We spent like a decade just it was talk about lost decades. Like that was a lost decade of like just pretending like um Saddam Hussein was the biggest threat to national security, you know. Uh, DS9 was produced before 9/11 and was so dark at times, yet it's Trek, starting with the Xindi arc on Enterprise and then the universe-ending story arcs and shows like Discovery, the darkness went rampant. Yeah, that has happened as well. Um, like it's bleak, and there's people who talk about like where how the hopeful future, right, of Star Trek is kind of gone. I don't entirely agree with that. Like with something like Lower Decks, for instance, does a very good job of, I think, encapsulating like the vibrant, fun, energetic energy of you know the Star Trek's 24th century, but it's kind of an exception because, and there's like institutional critiques in it, but like Picard, it's like the Federation becoming like isolationist. Well, that's okay. Hitting close to home, I know why they're doing it, but it's like, well, that sucks. uh Discovery, war, AI genocide, um the Federation's collapsed in the third season. Again, that's something that was from an earlier pitch, that was going to be a different show that, they then used for Discovery. But like, it's just dark, dark, dark. So like, as a culture, the 21st century has largely been lost decades, in America of like, of lost cultural development, and regression. Growing up exclusively in a post 9/11 world, it's so weird when people talk about '01 because it really feels like an alternate timeline to me. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. I remember watching The Daily Show in college in 2008, and I watched it in 2015, and getting so mad seeing Mitch McConnell filibuster everything Obama tried to do. Yeah, he definitely didn't help. I have a strangely large amount of nostalgia for the early and late 2000s, but less so for the mid 2000s. Well, I was very young, so I don't really remember a lot before 2000. Well, I mean, I have memories obviously from the early 2000s, but way more of the second half. And yeah, it was. I mean, I just put out that nostalgia video. If you guys haven't watched it already, please go watch it. Um, it was really like, uh, it was a different time. It was just, we were a different society, and it's just gotten worse and worse. we we need the Asari to discover us and fix our culture ASAP, dude. If the Asari came in and saved us, that would be amazing. Like, the Vulcans are great, don't get me wrong, but they're kind of stuffed up pricks sometimes, and so are the Asari. But the Asari are, well, they're the Asari. I mean, come on. Uh, yeah, dude, and Phobia mentioned this as well, dude. 2010, like if we like, there was there was not a lot wrong with like 2010, 2011. Like, fuck, man. Can we go back? Oh man. Oh man. Obviously, like, we have made some advancements since then, but like, man, dude. Yeah. If any alien race from Mass Effect exists, human women are cooked, except Miranda, of course. Yeah. Jack Quaid being his boy's character and everything ruins Lower Decks for me. Well, I never I never have considered Boimler to be the strongest part of the show. Um Trying to summon a meteor. I know, right? Strange New Worlds does have its goofy, fun-loving moments, the musical episode being the prime example. And of course, that was one of the most uncomfortable hours of television I've ever sat through. But some of their other comedy episodes work for me. Streaming Star Trek can revert to Fun Trek when it wants, but it's the exception, not the rule. Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and transition to uh, the fundraiser screen, and I'm gonna add $24 to this because uh, that is with my multiplier. That's how much we've earned so far from this stream. Don't want to get too far into it without having this up, but if you have if you're unfamiliar with this, so I accept for the fundraising for these videos, I accept super chats, of course, new Patreon memberships, new or signups, new member signups, but preferred would be PayPal donations, and the PayPal link is on screen. And if you guys want me to put up a pinned chat, I can do that as well. I loved Strange New Worlds at first, but it's starting to lose its luster for me. Dude, same. Hard, same. Season 3 was very weak. Yeah. The Vulcans helped save us after World War III, but then spent 90 years being your strict, unfunny uncle at Thanksgiving dinner telling people what isn't healthy to eat. Yes, exactly. We need the Asari to uplift us. It's funny because so I have a 3 body problem video coming as well, as I've talked about from time to time, and I've read that the the crew of the Netflix show, the creators, I think, did like a poll and an anonymous poll of would you push the button to contact the Trisolarans, or the Santi as they're called in this show, to come invade Earth because we can't solve our problems. And like 50% said yes. Now, I think that that's insane because that would actually just make things so much worse to have them come, but benevolent aliens, yeah, I would ask for them to come. If this is too personal, my bad, but what state are you from? My wife is wondering about your accent. I'm from Tennessee, born and raised in Memphis. Well, that's not how people talk in Memphis, but I guess this is how I talk. And it's funny because we've talked about this before, like people will ask me like about my accent from time to time, and naturally, to me, she guessed that. Cool, yeah. To me, I just sound American, I guess, or like I'm speaking English, which I am. Both of those things are true. But the southern drawl just kind of comes in from time to time. I'm from Virginia, not too far from you. The accents here can get twangier than a banjo at a bluegrass show. That's true. That is like that's that is bluegrass country. It is. Very good. She's very good with voices and dialects. Excellent. Yeah. People generally guess that I am from the South, I guess, because it's for somebody that's not from here, it can be pretty easy to tell. Have you ever seen anything about the Expanse video game that's coming out? So, obviously there was like the Telltale one, but then I know there's a different one. I got an offer to play it, but not for money. So it's like, well, no, thank you. I'm not gonna do that for free. So they were just telling me it exists. Like, yeah, I know I could buy it. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not. But that's not to knock the game. I don't know anything about it, but like, which I guess maybe that's the real answer to your question. But in terms of promotion, it's like, well, come on, come on. But yeah, so just to summarize, so we started this last time, I believe. So it was TOS Aliens. So the video that I have coming out next week is going to be the aliens of Star Trek: The Original Series, and we did a full fundraiser for that. And so we started the one for Wild Space, and we have a little ways to go. And I'm just so we have what, $624 left. Now, know that I'm going to use my multiplier so I can like expand that, and it's gonna, like, if it's a donation that is on especially PayPal, or it is on Patreon. But we did just get a $49.99 donation. Live long and prosper and good luck with your doc. Thank you, Gertie Bassi. Sorry if I mispronounced that. I'm going to add that to the fundraising tracker right now. Thank you so much. 420. 420. Live long and prosper. Yeah, you're good. Had to use my other account. No problem. We love people, so support who love people who, was that another autocorrect moment? We love people who support passion. We do love people who support passion. And I need to do this on my other account as well. Yes. In 2 years, PBS will be supported by Patreon. You're not even joking. By the way, that's another topic that we can talk about. Man. Huh. We peaked with 51 viewers, and now we're down to 38. I wonder what stick is up everybody's ass all of a sudden. I'm just kidding. Or I'm actually not. As one of Tyler's mods, I can give you some inside info on this. Wild Space is not a normal OrangeRiver video essay. Yeah, Wild Space is wild. Yeah, thanks for mentioning that, guys. So Wild Space. It is, so Kinsey has called it, in his view, like the hardest I've ever worked on something in my life. And that might be true. I actually think Endurance probably might have more hours put into it, possibly, but I would have to sit down and actually calculate it. And of course, most of that was other people doing the drawing, right? But like, and this is not as expensive as Endurance, but this is definitely like my most expensive YouTube video, or well, one of, right? It's up there, but it's something that is more cinematic. And well, if you watch the trailer, you would kind of get a glimpse of what it's going to be like, where it's got sound effects, right? It's got HD graphics. I couldn't say that with a straight face. High Key deserves a making of. Ooh, that's a good idea. I should do that. I would probably have to put it on we'll do it for patrons and members, and then maybe put it on OrangeRiver Plus. But that's not a bad idea, actually. But like, yeah, Wild Space's Spore, the movie. Yeah, it's so Sean Guku, who is one of my patrons, who is the colorist for Endurance, right, is doing a lot of animations for it. He actually like did this render, which if you've watched Melody Sheep's Life Beyond, you can tell that this is kind of like, a legally distinct frame from that, but a lot of other stuff is more original. But we have another $5 donation. How much of your Tindy obsession is ironic? My God, that is such an excellent question, because that actually does deserve like a thorough answer. Sorry I'm late. No problem, Mike. And yeah, thanks for the 5. That's actually like a really good question. Okay, so first off, I have to play this 0%. Well, yeah, maybe. Hold on.
I love being married to my husband.
Yeah. So how much of it is ironic? So not most of it. So the thing about the Tindy meme, right, is at the risk of like over explaining it. So I mean, I think the character's hot, obviously. And so like I made a joke about that in my video about Orion biology. This was back in 2021. If you guys have been around for a while, or if you've gone through my catalog, you've probably seen that video where I talk about Orion biology. And I'll add this 5 from Mike. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Basically it's has snowballed, right? And the joke in the videos is that we just keep one upping it so it's more absurd. I do have a lot of Tindy memorabilia in my house, as one does. I've got the standee, the cardboard cutout that's been featured in different videos. I have the other one that we used for a different purpose. It's stored at Kenzie's apartment. I have the statue that Beelzebub Buzzle did, right? I have well, I'm not going to show this again because this is the green screen, but like I have the mouse pad, I have shirts that I've designed. She's on my computer monitor. She's here. I will turn the green screen off for this. This was a background that I made from a piece of promotional art that was done by an artist for season 3 or 4 of Lower Decks. Can you see that? Will it focus? Yeah, you can. Hold on. You can kind of see that a little bit. A lot of memorabilia. So it is there. But the joke is that I'm like attracted to a cartoon character, and like it's not a joke, but it's exaggerated to a degree in the videos. Like I don't actually like lose all control over her, but like it's the meme is anime waifu, right? Essentially that's the meme. The statue is especially memorabilia, as I recall. Exactly. I never got over Tally, Zora, and Araya Vast Normandy. Tally is if Lower Decks didn't exist, Jadzia Dax and Tally Zora would probably be like my my 2 waifus in my videos. I actually have I can show this. I say that like I'm allowed to. Like I physically can show you this. This is a painting that I did, if I can find the right folder, of of Tally. Let me see if I can show it on desktop. Actually, let me kind of desktop. Where is it? Where? Display capture. Yeah, here we go. So I did this a couple of years ago. The background's kind of whatever, but like I painted this in Krita, and it was very painstaking. And I I did it while I was watching um TNG for one of my retrospective videos, and I was just I need something to do like while that's happening. So I drew this. I painted this. That's sick. Thank you so much. I just recently started watching your videos, like them a lot. Just saying thanks for the entertainment. Hey, thank you. Thank you for being here. I applaud your skills. Excellent. Yeah. This it it hurt my hand is and that is the one that I was drawing with, to be clear. Um because this pattern like was just it's so intricate, right? Now zoomed out, it kind of looks like the model people have said, which I appreciate that. If you zoom in, you can obviously um excuse me, if you zoom in, you can see like brush strokes, here, uh and stuff like that, but it's based on a reference image. Where can we get prints? Um, that costs money, doesn't it? I probably could do a better job of like advertising this stuff on my Patreon, where you could get like a full resolution 3D, not 3D. Why did I say that? What the fuck is wrong with me? Ultra high resolution, like digital print. But yeah, this was from a reference image from the the Citadel DLC, and as you can see, the reference image itself is very pixelated, so I definitely had to like, fill in the gaps, but it was totally worth it. I've got one for that as well.
It was totally worth it.
Yeah. Yeah. Stuff like that is so life defining, dude. It's like how I bought a bunch of different kinds of sake to drink while I was doing my original playthrough of Sekiro for the glitch video. Yeah, dude, so many things, like novel events from, you know, the past few years. And unfortunately now we're in the stage where it's like just trying to I really hope people, click this thing that they say they're going to watch that I'm trying to do for the algorithm, like it's really that's basically every video. We all need to embrace more era defining workflows purely for memorable vibes. Absolutely. And that is one thing where like if I do watch some of these other like sci-fi shows, right, for to write scripts and stuff, I can do stuff while I'm, watching, right, and do more art. I'd like to do more art. It's really damn good. I actually did think it was from the game for a second. Hell yeah. Alex F, welcome. Did you hear about Saudi Arabia buying EA Games? Yes. Dude. So if you guys have not been, seeing this news, right? And Psychotron says, been enjoying the Star Trek Con podcast. I haven't listened to it because my generation is allergic to long form audio. I that's kind of a meme answer, but also like kind of half serious. So yes, the Saudi government, the government of Saudi Arabia, the kingdom of Saudi Arabia, that just recently legalized women being able to drive cars, has purchased Electronic Arts along with a company that is owned by Jared Kushner, Donald Trump's son-in-law. Electronic Arts Now, mostly they are known for sports, right? So EA Sports, it's in the game. Praise be to Allah, right? That's their tagline, right? And so it's the Saudi crown prince, Mohammed bin Salman, has like been trying to get his feelers out to like all these different ventures across the globe to try to get like Saudi Arabia's like represent a positive image associated with Saudi Arabia, because they're one of the most like culturally conservative regimes on the planet, and he's really into sports. He loves golf, right? And so they did Live Golf. It's the Live League, which was a competitor to the PGA Tour, and a bunch of big top golfers like Phil Mickelson went over to Live because they were getting ass loads of money. Like, it's Saudi oil money, it's Saudi oil money, right? And the PG, like a bunch of other people in the PGA, like Rory McIlroy, Tiger Woods, they were like, man, that's kind of cringe, you know? So at least they had a conscience, right? And so, but now the PGA and Live Golf have essentially merged. So Saudi basically owns golf. They're trying to do the same thing with Electronic Arts. Electronic Arts also owns BioWare, the developer of Dragon Age and Baldur's Gate and Mass Effect. So they did do Baldur's Gate, right? No, I think that's, yeah, okay. So Saudi Arabia, Jared Kushner, EA Sports. It's in the game. Praise Allah, right? That's what's going on. And so they have the deal. It's not gone through yet, but the proposal is going to put EA in, I think, $20 billion of debt. $20 billion of debt. I would be deeply surprised at this point if Mass Effect 5 it comes out, because like BioWare, like the like BioWare has been going downhill for years. This is going to accelerate it. It's okay. Did you see Dragon Age Veilguard? Mass Effect 4 was going to be a travesty if it ever actually happened. Right. So BioWare has been going down the shitter for a long time, but like this, I mean, like I think EA tried to sell BioWare, but they haven't, right? So that's interesting. Saudi or Trump's family, which is worse? I'm not even gonna I'm not even gonna pretend to try to answer that. Gonna be some wardrobe changes in The Sims. Don't the Saudis own a huge chunk of Nintendo too? I actually don't know about that, but I do know I do know a lot of other stuff that they have their hands on. BioWare developed Baldur's Gate 2 on contract, I think, before the EA purchase of BioWare, even no affiliation with Baldur's Gate 3. Probably why people say that game is good. I know, right? Yeah. They even got to Bill Burr. Yeah. I saw that as well. So I don't know if how many of you guys are aware of this either, but there's this thing called the Riyadh Comedy Festival that is going on right now. or was going on, where they got a bunch of comedians, Bill Burr, I think Dave Chappelle, and a bunch of people who don't need the money, right? And a bunch of people who are just like, I've never heard of them anyway, right? Riyadh Comedy Festival. Now, it would be okay. Listen, it would be one thing to perform at a private event in Saudi Arabia. You know, it's because you're performing for civilians. No, this is the same fund from the kingdom. It is the I forget what it's called. It's like the royal something, right? Again, just god goofy shit. We got monarchs in 2025. It's so cringe. But like Pete Davidson, I guess he did too, didn't he? Jesus. Sovereign Wealth Fund. Yeah, thank you. It's the Sovereign Wealth Fund. They're basically just trying to buy just so much stuff. And like I said, they have really invested a lot in sports. And that's one major reason that they've purchased Electronic Arts. Um, so that is goofy shit. It is goofy. It is goofy. And I don't apologize for that adjective at all. It is goofy. Um, we live in the fun timeline, right? Dude, God, I don't even know when we got in the wrong timeline, because maybe it was in the 21st century, maybe it was actually in the 20th century, maybe it was when the fish crawled onto land for the first time, um and just they set into motion all these events. Sadly, the Kingdom of Jordan does not have enough money to buy Star Trek's IP. My God. And by the way, Star Trek, speaking of Star Trek, like this is old news now, but like Paramount is now owned by Skydance, which is run by um what's his name? David Ellison, who is the son of Larry Ellison, who's a massive Trump ally. Like again, that's not new information. Wrong timeline started in 1776. I knew you'd say that, Sean. And you know what? I think you might be onto something, son. My God. Dude, there's actually like Ghost Ship says Nixon. That's another like good turning point, right? Or should I say a bad turning point? Um so there's this short story called, well, can't forget exactly what it goes by, but it's basically it's by some author. It's from decades ago. It's about like it's a what if scenario of what if the revolution failed, the American Revolution failed, and how would that change things? And it goes into detail like all the way up to the present day, which at that point would have been the 70s, right? And it's like it's very interesting, but it's like that that would be that would have been very consequential. Like, America has, and Wendover Productions, I think made a video about this, or maybe it was Real Life Lore, who's kind of like a discount Wendover Productions, made a video about like what if, or not what if, it's why America's so, how America's so OP, essentially because of geography. Like we have access to so many waterways and natural resources, and we're like physically isolated from the rest of the world, and so that allows us to have like hegemony over the Western Hemisphere, like if we wanted to, which we do, and we do that kind of, right? um and that's why we don't use the metric system. uh you know like that that was so consequential. And if you think about it, I mean, I getting into like some very serious, very very serious like um discussion about the course of our country, right? I actually think, you can make an argument like structurally, there's just, you can only reform so much. Like, you know, our nation was founded as an alliance of, you know, slaveholding colonies, right? That was always going to have some effects down the road, shall I say, like that's just, it always was. Speaking of Middle Eastern governments gaining control of the media, yeah, there's a lot going on in that space. Yeah, Skydance. Yeah, that's one thing that people have been talking about. Like, so Alex Kurtzman, everybody wants him gone, right? And honestly, like we probably could use some new blood. Um, I would say his stewardship of the franchise has been mixed at best. But uh I mean, Ellison, like David Ellison, he's the son of a billionaire. And I think he is a billionaire himself, maybe. Like, you know, I'm not sure what kind of consequences that's going to have for Star Trek. My fear is that, especially since, Oracle, I guess that is like that is the company, right? Yeah. Oracle Corporation. Yeah. So Larry Ellison very briefly was like the world's richest man in 2025. Obviously Musk, is like the richest man, but like, what kind of effect is that going to have on Star Trek? It remains to be seen. That's going to be something to watch out for. And again, I'm saying like as in it could be worse than it is already. It was Harambe. It was. Wasn't it Alex who did Lower Decks though? I mean, Alex was the executive producer on all of the like um the new Star Treks, right? And so he's had varying creative control over I mean, I think he had more like actual creative control over Discovery. And it's for that reason that a lot of people kind of like shit on Discovery. And I think Discovery had a lot of narrative weaknesses, but it did some interesting things. But he's the executive producer on all the new treks, and so the thing about Lower Decks is that I think it was good because it had less oversight. I think it was good because the studio just kind of let Mike McMahon and his team just not necessarily do whatever they wanted, but do whatever they wanted within the constraints of like, whatever. Like, because Paramount did a shit job of marketing it. That's another reason it got canceled. Ownership of media doesn't matter until the media does something the owner doesn't like. Then the owner suddenly wants to take charge. Yeah, and I guess the fear still though is that we could see like Star Trek trying to like play it safe to not piss off Oracle, and like that's just cowardice, But it's also a natural consequence of these IPs being owned by fucking corporations, So Larry Ellison is the number one civilian donor to the IDF. I knew there was something I was missing. God, like yeah, yeah. That would have some consequences. Strange New Worlds is apparently going south as of 2025. Yeah, like I said, season 3 has just been, and again, this was before Skydance. This was before Trump's election. This was during the writer's strike, right? so this was the peak of the Biden administration, like they were writing this, and then there was the writer's strike, and then now it's just come out. So they were already kind of playing it safe with a lot of their themes. And there was some episodes that I did enjoy from season 3, but season 4, I think, being that it is something that has, uh come in the wake of the writer's strike, um they're claiming that it's going to be stronger, right? It's some of their best work. I am not holding my breath. um I'm I'm thinking that it's probably just going to be more of the same, but we'll see. Yeah. Mirror universe is what I imagine conservative Star Trek would be. Well, you know what it is, Mike. It's people who, and again, this is already happening with Kurtzman. It's people who think that Section 31 are like the good guys, That's what's happening. Future Trek will it have to be Trump proofed? I mean, that's the worry, right? Now, Trump is going to be, well, I think Trump is dying, but his administration and his policies are going to continue for the next few years, obviously. So they're going to want to be beholden to that, right? The Republican Party, essentially, and so after he's gone, like after when we get another administration or whatever, there will still be those effects that will be there because Trek already took kind of a conservative turn during the Bush administration, and so I worry about what's going to happen. I worry about what is going to, um, like, uh, I worry about what the writers are going to do just to try to like hedge their bets. Section 31 was kind of cool in DS9, but it has become such a problematic contribution to the franchise. Absolutely, absolutely, 100%. A lot of entities played it safe for a lot of the Biden administration. Yeah, exactly. In preparation for Trump 2.0 and the issues he'd take with them, really stifled kind of everything. Yeah. No, I mean, that absolutely happened. And I mean, I could see it with my own eyes. And then I kind of referenced this in my Starfleet video, right, that I just put out, about Trek kind of starting to play it safe. So unfortunate, very unfortunate. We hate to see it, but that's just media conglomeration and concentration. And what else is happening? I mean, so Skydance, right, has recently floated, hey, we might want to buy Warner Brothers. So what the hell? Now, that was just a bid. There are other companies that could presumably place bids. The other, probably the most logical ones, or I said the ones that you would expect, I guess, would be Comcast, which owns Universal, right? And Disney, which owns 60% of all media. Disney and Fox, right? They own Fox, everything Fox except for Fox News and Fox Sports. But they own like 20th Century Fox. So that's, Ivan says Alex Kurtzman is Rick Berman 2.0. He kind of is, in the sense that he's basically just like the studio guy. All the horrible capitalist side effects will be worth it if I get a Space Ghost Star Trek crossover out of it. Right. So people have already been speculating, like, what are some of the crossovers that you would want to see, Sean Connor says Star Trek was always traditionally liberal, not woke, but focused on logic, personal autonomy, and reason. I would take a little bit of an issue with that. For one thing, it's just, everybody has their own definition of woke. it's always been progressive, and like especially in the 60s, uh so very forward thinking and very bold for the 60s. This was the height of the civil rights era, right? And so and the Vietnam War, so they had a lot of stuff related to that. And so in the 80s and 90s, I could see how it would. Well, but it depends on the writer, right? There was leftism. Early TNG was very anti-capitalist. That's just explicit, and that's, if you deny that, you're just wrong. Um, as time went on, and Roddenberry passed, after Roddenberry released Creative Control, and after he passed away, it got more. Um, uh well, they kind of did away with like the whole no money thing, right? They kind of did away with some of the strict rules about their quasi post scarcity utopian society, but it was still like an optimistic future. It was still like a post capitalist future. Enterprise, probably leaning more conservative, is basically like 24 in space, but I still like stuff about Enterprise. And then Discovery and Picard and Strange New Worlds, especially lately, liberal. Yeah, very neoliberal. Very neoliberal. The post scarcity economy is still there. They do talk about it, they do still reference it, but thematically, it is much more in line with like, you know, Democratic Party, like ideology, essentially, of like, you know, just the kind of stuff that you see in media today, right? Neoliberals have loved the CIA since about 2016. That's when Section 31 became the good guys. Yeah, dude, for real. Like, it's just, yeah. 2016 was a major turning point. Disney helps BBC fund and distribute Doctor Who. Um, yeah, there's just I did see that happened as well, that they now have like a lot of association with the Doctor Who franchise. They're just, these media corporations are just going to be keep getting more concentrated and concentrated and concentrated, and pretty soon it's just going to be by and large. Anson Mount's hair in Strange New Worlds is not conservative. Now this is true. It's getting out of control. It's very radical, actually. Do you agree with what Jesse Gender said about Picard season 3 and its conservative themes? I haven't specifically watched any of her videos about Picard season 3 or anything like that, or her video about Picard season 3, but essentially, so in my video, I didn't really critique it as much, because I do think that there were some merits to having it be like a TNG reunion like that. It was fun to see them. But I did say that like the whole Borg mind virus or whatever, infecting people under 25, and the older people have to come in and save the day. Like, that's, yeah, that was, I can see how people would come to the conclusion of that being like, kind of conservative thinking. Now, an alternative interpretation has been them saving everybody, or like the younger generation, from like, right-wing radicalization, and the Borg being a stand-in for that, because they've always been in a stand-in for authoritarianism, right? That's an alternative interpretation. I'm not really sure what was the intent of the writers, but season 1, I think, started out good, right? And it fell off the rails. Season 2 was just like, what the fuck? I did watch Angela Collier's Picard video, and it was excellent. I don't agree with like every literal word that she said in it necessarily, but it was a very good, thorough analysis. It was not, like my video was structurally like always going to be a different approach to this, but like her whole thing was like how Picard ruins the universe, like how Star Trek Picard ruins Star Trek, right? That's what the video was called, and it was great. And I've been going through her catalog lately, and I really loved her Dyson Sphere video. I loved her string theory video. I loved her space elevators video. I loved her video about um, just anything about critiquing billionaires and AI and all that kind of stuff. And it's down the stack, that kind of stuff, right? It's just, oh man. She's kind of my spirit animal at the moment, because like she will just lay into people who leave like stupid comments on her videos. And it's like, yes, please. I love that energy. I do. Yeah. Speaking of the sort of like um uh I don't know, selling out, I guess, right? Um, we talked about, Bill Burr, we talked about all these like people selling out to Saudi or whatever. Um, you know, it's one thing if you don't really need the money. There are people, I mean, you can make a connection, like a philosophical connection between that and like, some of the sponsors that I work with, right? And not every sponsor that I work with is like, something else Rowan talked about in his video is he has a running Squarespace sponsorship, which I would love to get. He only works with sponsors that make a product that he actually uses. And there have been other, people who have, you know, said this, right? Other YouTubers. Basically, like, I wish that I could say that too, but a lot of the companies that I want to work with have ghosted me. So, and I will also say that uh if I turn down, I consider myself to be like what I call a working class YouTuber, right? I make like I definitely make less than like $40,000 a year. I'll say that. And so like if if there's a month or a quarter where I go without accepting a sponsorship, even if it's from a sponsor that I'm not terribly keen on, that can put me in the red. It can just objectively put me in the red. And so that's why I need to do it. But as I get bigger, I would like to be more selective, but I'm also not rich. So there's things that capitalism forces us to do, and there's things that are just wrong, you know. Thank you for linking Angela's page. Yeah, she is also a theoretical physicist. She's a great YouTuber. I say YouTuber because functionally that's what she's uploading YouTube videos, but she is a theoretical physicist. I love her videos. Brownstar Kachina says, have you ever considered doing a dive into Battlestar Galactica? I did already. I did. Hold on. Let me go to this. I'm going to scroll down. It was in late 2023, right here. I already did it. If there is any like question as to whether or not I've already done something go look for it. Go search it up. No, you're good. It's a good video, I think. I hope you enjoy it. Content creation is a crazy hard gig, but I think the channel is fantastic and I really hope you stick with it. Thank you. Yeah. It's become my passion and it's become like it's my job, right? It is something that I just like I cannot imagine doing anything else. And so I am going to try to stick with it as long as I reasonably can, as long as I physically can even. Welcome, Ramona. Good to see you here. And thank you, Debbie, for linking that as well. I appreciate it. I bet Tyler thinks 3i Atlas is a spaceship. No. I'm pretty sure it is just like any other interstellar asteroid or whatever that's come through our system. But on that note, I really need to pee. So I'm going to be right back. I'm going to put up my break screen, and when I get back, we'll continue this fundraiser. Guys, the sooner that we get some more donations rolling in, the sooner we'll get to the end of this and I can just stop talking about it. Of course, there will be another one, but still. I'll be right back. Well, that was certainly an interesting flash, real quick. Uh, I'm back. I had to go get some tea. I had to make some tea. I did do that, Debbie. I certainly did do that. But we are back. So, yeah, let's just dive right back into it. Yeah, that music is a vibe. I do enjoy Sam Cugel. I'm really glad that he has allowed me to use his music in my videos. What I would really like is to be able to get access to use Jake Chudnow's music in my videos, who does the music for Vsauce. Vsauce music is deeply iconic, and I would love to be able to pair that with my content, but it is copyrighted, and I cannot do that. I cannot do that and keep the video monetized. But yeah, anybody who is coming in, the title and thumbnail for the stream are rather ominous, because we're living in ominous times, and we've pretty much had a pretty full discussion already about like what's broken on YouTube and what that means, and what is going to happen and what can we do about it. So we've been doing the fundraiser for a while, and anybody who is like, interested in, still asking questions about my process and what it's like being a content creator, that is complete. And, Star Trek questions, that's perfectly acceptable. But yeah, we're in this phase. That's the thing people always forget about living in Memphis. You're always having to go replenish the Mississippi. I know it's it's such a chore, because I actually live like, 20, 30 minutes from the river. So I got to drive all the way there, you know, unleash my load, right? And then come back. And it's just such a pain in the ass. And that's why the Mississippi doesn't look very appealing in terms of color, like you can swim in it, right? So, and all the industrial pollution that's turning the frogs gay. Funny enough, when I was like 12, 13, there was like massive flooding in of the Mississippi, and the water level obviously went up. That's what happened when there's a flood. And I remember going downtown and seeing like just street signs just inches above water, and people were in it, and it was brown, and I was like, what are you doing? God, it's just, I don't know, it was disgusting. But like there were flag poles that were just sticking up like a few feet out of the water. It was insane. Hey man, when my frog came out to me, I couldn't have been prouder. And that's the right attitude. That is the right attitude. Why? Yeah, and it's like, why do you think I named the channel Orange River? Has nothing to do with UT Knoxville. It's it is I live next to the Orange River. Oh yeah. Do you consider Star Trek your bread and butter? Would you want to do a deep dive into other sci-fi series and other videos? Which ones have said that? Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, and by the way, I'm keeping my my phone here. I'm looking to watch out for notifications of like PayPal donations and stuff like that. And I can do some funny math to try and get this you know, to 1,000. Um, but yeah, so Star Trek is my bread and butter. I would say just in an objective sense, like functionally, it is my bread and butter. And I've always been fine with that. But what I want to do, oh, yeah, excuse me. This reminds me of a conversation that I was going to initiate earlier when we were talking about YouTube dying. I'll get to that in a second. It's related, but like what I do wish is that I weren't kind of locked in to Star Trek as my lane. If my, YouTube does kind of force you into a lane. Now I enjoy Seinfeld as much as the next guy, but like if you have to be forced into a lane, I would rather it be just sci-fi lore instead of just Star Trek, And so I've been trying to do that for a long time. There's, and Phobia has been a good influence of trying. I mean, he's, my mods are all Star Trek fans as well, but like, obviously there other franchises exist. And so I, have been experimenting for a long time with different, one-off videos. Mass Effect briefly was looking like it could be a a second flagship series. That dream is dead. And that has been dead for a while. My Metroid videos don't really, for some reason, they just aren't getting views. Fringe used to be like my bread and butter, but there's only so much content you can make about a show that aired for 5 seasons 10 years ago. Real World Science, I'll get to that in a second. It's a big disappointment, but I think what I would do is I would just move from franchise to franchise. I would cover different franchises in at least one video, if not like a handful. And I will say, and Firefly was another one I had a good time making that video. But you got me into Mass Effect, especially their alien biology and lore. Yeah, that's awesome, dude. The fact that I have gotten people into Mass Effect, and I know that I've gotten people into Lower Decks as well, and I've gotten people into different things, but like the fact that I've gotten people into Mass Effect is like, that's beautiful. Cool, but somebody had to get me into it as well. That Phobia kind of told me about Mass Effect's alien biology when I was making Star Trek alien biology videos in 2021. He was like, I think you'd like Mass Effect because they go into more detail about like, the dextro dextro amino acids or whatever, like, and stuff like that. It's like, hell yeah. So Metroid is dead for me too now. I might try Prime in the future, but other than that, I don't know. Yeah, and Prime, like I haven't actually played any of the Prime games. I know that people will probably say that at least Prime 1 is worth playing, and it very well might be, but I don't know. 3D Metroid is just a concept that's difficult for me to like interface with, I can't imagine any Star Trek fans that aren't fans of other sci-fi properties. I do wonder why they don't watch the other sci-fi properties. You and me both, Ramona. I mean, I do. I mean, obviously, Star Trek's my favorite, and it probably always will be. But my God, like, how could you be so? I don't want to say because hyperfixation is a different phenomenon altogether. But like, how could you be so insular or like whatever that's your one franchise and you only get on especially my channel, but any channel, to watch just Star Trek videos? What the fuck? I can't relate to that at all. I can't empathize with that at all. That is weird to me because like even if you don't know about some of these other franchises, well, how the hell do you think you're going to learn new information? You got to click on the video. You don't have to know everything about Mass Effect or Metroid to, be into it. But in a minute, I might go through my one-offs playlist, and actually we can talk about some of those. Somebody mentioned Star Fox. Um, Possibly. I mean, gaming content. I mean, obviously, like I know you're talking about videos, but like gaming franchises for me, for some reason, just don't get as many clicks. Um, I do. I mean, I've got Three Body Problem coming. I've got Metal Gear coming. I've got Fallout coming. Um, I will say I also recently finished watching Severance, or caught up on Severance. Very good show. Um, so you may or may not see something related to that in the future. Hint, 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 wink, wink. Uh, what else? I mean, some other franchises that I want to cover. Um, uh, Sean has been pushing Foundation, so I probably will give that a shot. I thinking about going back and watching Warehouse 13. If you guys remember that show, that I would like to make videos about some of the, like the sci-fi original series, and that's the one that would be the easiest for me. So we'll see. But then there's also like other timely stuff. So I don't know. I had no idea what Mass Effect was until I watched your videos, and see, that's great because now you know. Foundation good. I will say, Sean, that I know you're probably aware that there are a lot of people. Now, again, I'm agnostic to this. There's a lot of people who really think that the Apple series is not good, but I know that there are people who do, so I will watch it. I would. It The concept is intriguing. Um, or they think that it's like, shitting on the books or whatever. But, I don't know. I just watched Three Body Problem, and it makes changes from the books. I think people who complain about that need to get a life, because like Three Body Problem, for instance, like I just think that some of the changes that they made were better. Or that I didn't mind them. But I have not read the books, but I have watched like Quinn's Ideas videos about friggin' Three Body Problem and stuff like that. And Dune. Well, I mean, obviously, like was into Dune. Have been into Dune for a while as well. Not as much as other franchises could. It's kind of uh, the universe is kind of hard to take seriously sometimes. But it's very interesting, like politically, like political themes. Um, but yeah, different conversational threads. Yeah, Three Body Problem, like it was good. I liked it. I thought it was really good. I thought it was really good. It has some Netflix isms, right? But it's for what it was good. And I do think it made it accessible, right? I still remember the original ME1 playthrough in your kitchen on the old HP Office PC. Yeah, dude. Before I upgraded to this thing, which by the way, I was only able to buy because of doing a fundraiser like this. So thank you guys very much. What are my thoughts on Babylon 5? I have not seen it. I've watched Rowan's video on it. Again, it's just one of those shows where I'm sorry, but like and I know people say you don't need to watch the 5th season or whatever, but like, okay, 4 seasons, 22 episodes, like, God, man, that's going to take a while to get through. So that's why I haven't been in a rush to do it, but it's definitely like on the list. Have you ever thought about Game of Thrones or Lord of the Rings? I watched Game of Thrones, and it was fine for a while, but I definitely lost interest. Or other franchises with large lore bases. I mean, my thing is, okay, when it comes to lore, I'll answer this quickly because chat's kind of rolling in. So, and again, once as I've mentioned before, so I've changed the pinned chat has my PayPal link. So if you guys have trouble finding that, that's where it is. But like, Lord of the Rings, I couldn't really get through the movies. I just don't really care for fantasy that much, to be honest. Apple TV Foundation is a different entity than the books, but it doesn't feel disrespectful of them to me as someone who's read them. And so that's fair. And you have the credibility to actually be able to say that as a book reader. So if the lore, like I could make all kinds of lore videos just summarizing like the lore of, like, for example, Hollow Knight, right? Okay, but it's not very scientific. I need some meat, you know. I'm not a vegetarian. I need some meat to make this burger, which is my content. So I just don't really care for fantasy. It's not I'm not trying to attack people who like fantasy. I'm just saying I really just don't care for fantasy. Um, Maybe do an Orange River recommends series where you say if you like Star Trek, here's why you like other sci-fi series. It's funny you say that, Ramona, because one thing I've tried to do is sometimes I do try to use like that kind of framing, that kind of marketing for certain videos. Like I made a video about like Star Trek references in Mass Effect, and it had Commander Shepard in the thumbnail, but I had some like you know, text that referenced Star Trek. That video didn't really perform that well, so I could have done it differently, right? When I have a new video that I upload that is tangentially related to Star Trek, I can maybe like get away with putting Star Trek iconography in the thumbnail, but I I'm too honest with my marketing, so I need to get more like insidious actually. Welcome, James Finnerty, to Crewman. I'm going to add that to the fundraising tracker. Thank you so much. We are at 438. Now, we have some leeway to continue this fundraiser on a future stream, but it would be really cool if we could get there faster. And like I said, I might have to do some funny math. In fact, if I did do some funny math, maybe that would help. What are some funny numbers I can think of? Not 69 and 420. I'm trying to think. What I just yeah. Well, we'll think about it. But anyway, welcome to Crewman. Hope you enjoy the perks. So what you're saying is you're planning to pivot to streaming Fortnite, right? Exactly. That's why I click on other topics, videos from people I sub to, which leads to new interest. Yeah, because that's how people get into things, right? Apparently, some people are allergic to that, which is weird. There is a Chinese version of Three Body, which is quite good and not hard to find. So I've seen clips from it. I actually am using some in my video. My video is not necessarily about the Netflix series, even though it heavily uses like footage from the Netflix series. It's about just the universe, including the books, which I know of from absorbing it from other people's content. Welcome to Crewman, Mike. I appreciate it so much. I'm gonna be real. I know that the Chinese version is more faithful to the books. Number one, I don't really care about that. And again, I'm not attacking you. I'm just saying like I don't care about that. Number two, God, the CGI in it is rough. I know that it's supposed to look like a video game, like when they're in the VR simulation, but it looks bad. It just does. Like the Netflix series, they did it where like it was live action on like volumetric sets or whatever. I'm sorry, it just looks better. But also the thing about the 10 cent series is that it drags, it's 30 hour long episodes. Now, if anybody else is interested in that, feel free, please. But yeah, they're so faithful to the books that they just spend so much time on exposition and stuff. And one problem with the books that I've heard and read is that the characterization is very flat because Lucy Sheen focuses on the science, which is fine, but I would say the Netflix show could have focused more on the science, but the characterization in the Netflix show was just objectively better. But if anybody else is interested, then you can say that. These are legit criticisms. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. People telling you to watch entire sci-fi series in order to make one video is like people telling me to do full Pokemon playthroughs to make one video. This shit takes time. Yeah, and see, but I don't want to make a video without having consumed like large portions of the show. So I will say this, like I've seen Voyager. Obviously, I've seen every episode of Voyager. When I did my video for it, I used a like essential watch guide, right? Where it was cut out half of the episodes. And you know why I did that? For time efficiency. Time efficiency matters a lot to me. It's why if somebody says like, "Hey, this game gets good like 18 hours in," like, no, fuck you, actually. So like time efficiency matters. I've been able to do stuff like The Expanse and Battlestar Galactica and Three Body Problem is 8 episodes, but like Expanse and Battlestar Galactica because they were shorter. They were shorter. Yeah. So this stuff does take time. Your videos are always interesting and you deliver well. Cheers. Thank you so much, James. I appreciate it. Alien biology documentary is fitting given I discovered your channel through the review of that Netflix one. Hey, that's a deep cut. It's been a while since I've since we've talked. That's where the My Serial Network joke came from. I tried watching the Chinese version before the Netflix version came out, and the pacing was too slow. I gave up on the Chinese version. Yeah, Ramona, that's probably what I would have done too. It's too slow. It's too slow. Like what I've seen, the consensus essentially is that the ideal Three Body Problem adaptation would take like elements from both essentially to make a hybrid show that's longer than the Netflix show, shorter than the 10-cent version, with more science, and maybe like the Netflix show's like level of characterization. So yeah. Any interest in Tron Ares or franchise? Tron's been floated before. I would just have to really see like what I can do with that, because I know that the gist of it is kind of like, it's kind of like mind uploading, right? And so I just don't really take mind uploading that seriously. And I know that the video could be about that. I understand. I also just don't really do like you know I don't really do a lot of trending topics. I've just wasted my time before with that. So, but I mean, it's a possibility. It's been floated before. I will say that I do have kind of like most of my topics for the next several months already set. So I'm not necessarily taking suggestions, to be clear. But you can still give them. There's just nothing might happen with it for a while is what I'm saying. Severance was fantastic. Okay, that I read that wrong. Seven Evas was a fantastic book. Could be a topic for you. I've never heard of that in my life. Severance was good. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. That could be a fun one. Yeah, and we talked about Foundation a minute ago. Foundation, since it's like popping right now, right? It could be one. It could be an easy one to catch up on, I will say. Just say spoilers or give me the cliff notes before the video gets good. If it's interesting enough, I'll do a mental rest and watch the show or movie, forget what you said, and decide. Yeah, I mean, I So for Three Body, I do talk about some spoilers, I guess, for like some like the lore, but like it takes place over so many centuries that it's like, well, it I don't know. I don't I think somebody could watch it and still go in fresh to the Netflix show, for example, or the books and get way more out of it than anything I could possibly spoil. If I know anything about Orange River, it's that he'll decide on the video topic, even if you do suggestions, and it'll turn out great. I appreciate it. Yeah, like I said, I've looked at topics that I think are the right fit, and I'm kind of just doing those. And if people watch them, great. If not, I'll move on to the next one. But um, I do want to try to drum up interest in some of these. So yeah. I do like the first two Tron movies. It's definitely Disney, but the world is unique. Absolutely. Yeah. Eureka. So yeah, I haven't seen all of Eureka. So I guess Warehouse 13 is kind of like a spinoff of it. Eureka didn't keep my interest as much, but it was a long time ago. But if I do a Warehouse 13 video and I start doing like sci-fi channel series, like Eureka would be kind of a natural like continuation. The problem is, God, nobody's heard of it in years. That's the problem. Apologies, that was rather random. Neil Stevenson wrote whatever that is. I'm sorry. I don't know how that's pronounced. It's a cool look at how humanity could recover from a repeat of the late heavy bombardment. Oh, that is an interesting topic. I will say that channels like Quinn's ideas do get me thinking about other franchises like Three Body Problem. I had heard of it before, but his videos like really, I learned a lot from them. And so like he covers a lot of different diverse sci-fi, different Stephen King stuff, different, like all classic stuff like Neuromancer, So yeah. The thing is, Three Body Problem was the #1 show on Netflix when it came out last year. So that factors in. Fallout, also keep in mind, Fallout season 2 is coming. I've been wanting to make a Fallout's not my favorite franchise ever, but it belongs on my channel. Like the topic belongs on my channel. That video is coming this year, and it was edited by Kinsey, and it's gonna be really fun. But like there has to be some kind of broad pop culture zeitgeist like recognition of it. So Battlestar Galactica is an older show. It's 20 years old, but it was big when it was on, right? Star Trek obviously is like a major flagship franchise. But when I try to do other big stuff that's even bigger, like Marvel or Star Wars, it bombs, right? So I have to pick my targets right. So I'm hoping that Delta, that Metal Gear gets some views because Delta just came out. Quinn recently introduced me to a book called We. Yeah, I need to catch up on some more of his videos because he's been putting out some really interesting stuff. Seven Eves. Okay. Seven Eves. Well, maybe it should just be called that with a space. I'm just kidding. But yeah, that's interesting. Did you know Tron was disqualified from the Academy Awards from the Best Special Effects category? I did not know that. What happened? StarCraft. I would have to just do research. A Eureka vid would get 5 views, but I would watch it. See, and I appreciate it. That's the problem is a lot of the stuff that I'm interested in too would get 5 views. Yeah. It's and Warehouse 13 probably wouldn't do that great either, but I'm just the more and more I think about that show, the more and more I'm thinking like there's a lot of lore there. It was on for a while. There's a lot of lore. And I don't have to make a long video, but we'll see what it's going to turn into. But yeah. The Aliens of Star Trek series that I'm doing is going to be like kind of my last sort of like it's not going to be the last Star Trek content I make, obviously. I'm going to be making Star Trek content for as long as Paramount is putting out new stuff, at least. But it's going to be my last like big series, and then I think I'm going to definitely want to pivot into something else after that. But like, in tandem with that, there will be more one-offs, and chat has frozen. But now I know that I can just go to interact, or not interact. Just open the dialogue, refresh cache of current page, and we're back. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Pivoting after which trek. So, well, I say pivoting. I mean, I can't pivot entirely because Strange New Worlds is going to keep coming out, and Starfleet Academy is going to keep coming out. Now that might get, I think that might get canceled after season 2. But and Strange New Worlds is ending with season 5. I got to do an Aliens of video. I got to do a mapping video. I got to do a retrospective for it. So that would be, it would be like me doing a video for any other franchise, but that's probably like 2027 at the earliest, right? But I'm talking about like after the Aliens of series, so Aliens of TOS, Aliens of TNG, Aliens of DS9, Voyager, Enterprise, Lower Decks, blah blah blah. Like after that series is done, which I've actually written all of them, and I've shot. Well, TOS Aliens is done. I've shot TNG Aliens, and I've written the rest. So when that's going to wrap up pretty quickly. But like I want to talk about other things. Still mad the Space Channel 5 video wasn't more successful. That too. And I actually had to make that into like a members only video because it was like bleeding subscribers. And same with Subnautica. But Subnautica is kind of mid anyway. Oh, I had to read The Giver when I was in middle school. Alphas, not enough name recognition, I think. Also, I just started watching Sliders for the first time. If no one has mentioned that, it's just okay. Yeah, I've seen people mention that. I don't expect Academy to last. Yeah, I really don't either. I think season 1, season 2 could also get like, locked away, but like definitely after that, I do not think it's going to be a 3 or more season show. What kind of tea are we having? I didn't see what flavor it was. It was just in a tub, but I think it's like just some black tea. And I put some brown sugar in it because I'm into I don't know where I was going with that. I don't know where I was going with that. Yeah. I'm complete ass at playing the game, but love watching my wife play it. Yeah. I could never I'm too slow with my reaction times. I don't think I could keep up with it either, but like watching Phobia play it, watching Kinsey play it, that was fun. I also enjoy brown women. There we go. Hot take is actually think they'll renew Academy. Probably cheaper to continue it than make new show with all new sets. Possibly. Yeah, that is a good point. My thing is like because there's going to be a change in management and the contracts are going to be different. It's like, are they? I guess it'll just depend on how it performs. If it performs well, then yes, they'll renew it. Yeah. How familiar are you with the Halo franchise? Only a little bit, probably not as much as I could be. But I've thought about Halo content a lot. My thing is like I've seen some Halo videos from other channels in the 2020s and they just are not getting views. So that's my thing. It's just like, well, that sucks. Unfortunately, Star Trek needs to go back to a formula that worked the next generation. They need to go back to basics uh uh in some sense. Yeah. They were doing fine with Strange New Worlds first couple seasons, but see the thing is like I I also I do like the variety. I think if the only kind of Star Trek that we were getting was just the same kind of Star Trek that we've been getting or that we were getting in the 90s, like in terms of that episodic formula, like spaceship goes to a new planet and there's a morality play like that we got hundreds of episodes of that. Like I don't think that's the only thing Star Trek should be. Pretty sure the heyday of the Halo franchise is well over, sadly. Yeah, it has been for a while. It has been. Asking because I honestly don't know, but think it would be interesting. Any Mandela effects with Star Trek? I'm definitely going down a rabbit hole tonight. um, Mandela effect. I mean, I don't know. I guess because I don't you know well because it's not real. I don't know. um, I've seen pretty much. I haven't seen every episode in film multiple times, but I've seen most stuff multiple times. So I pretty much got a good grasp on like what happens in most episodes and or seasons, I guess, in films. Not down to the letter, but like, yeah. Strange New Worlds did a reverse trek, got bad at season 3. Yeah, the fact that it's gotten weaker with season 3 is definitely a reversal. There's some other I do want to kind of showcase this real quick. So where's that source? Yeah. So here's my one-offs playlist, and I'll go through it and we can just go down memory lane a little bit. Just remind you guys what's here. So The Incredibles I just put out. I always knew that was going to get like not a ton of views because like it's an older film. It's like nobody's talking about it necessarily right now, but it was fun to make, and it's outperformed some of my Trek stuff. I'll be signing off, matey. Hope hope there's a push for your goal. Great concept. Thanks for your content. Here in Indonesia, YouTube is my entertainment, and your videos help. Hey, thank you so much, James, and thank you for becoming a member. What's up, Jeffrey? My Wi-Fi is acting weird. Hope you see this message. Now you're good. You're in here. I see you. Nostalgia video that was a little bit more personal, and so I can kind of understand how it like didn't really take off, but I was hoping that I could get like an algorithm boost. Didn't happen. Japan's Lost Decades, kind of a different video from me, more kind of like just real world politics, but it's a topic that's interested me for a long time. Clearly this is not what my audience wants from me. Same with the dating video. I worked hard on this, guys. I worked so fucking hard on this, you have no idea. And like uh, you know, it's yeah, okay, it's breaking the immersion, the escapism, filter or whatever. Uh and people left, right? Because I actually, talked about real issues that are pressing of my generation. The Bloodborne video underperforming was also like very like disappointing because like again, similar content on the website can get, Phobia says it deserves half a million. They can get like that many views. Other Metroid content can get that many views. Tighter was a good surprise. Um, I should watch the dating video to tell a friend about what you say, of course. I mean, you should. You should watch it. I like the Bloodborne one. Thanks, RT. Um, Bloodborne needs a PC port. Well, there might be there might be a video from another creator that can kind of help you out with that a little bit. Uh, I'm sure one of the mods can grab it. Phobia. Um, but yeah, here's a perfect example. Well, Back to the Future, like you know, not very topical, but like xenomorphs. Okay, Alien Romulus came out last year. Where's the algorithm boost from that? Nowhere to be seen. That's why I don't chase trends anymore. You know, there you go. There's that link. Good night, everyone. I will definitely be participating and looking forward to the next live stream. Hell yeah. We'll be doing another one probably next month. But thanks, Mike. Uh-oh. For All Mankind, current running show, this video did pretty well. Firefly could have gotten some more views, but it's an old show. Battlestar Galactica, I like that view count. Again, I wish it were even higher too, but I can't like be completely ungrateful. Cyberpunk, what happened here? Like, Kinsey edited this video, he was in it. Like, it's it's a video topic. It's a game that is like, like generation defining almost. The problem with I will say the one problem with the Cyberpunk video is that it is not 4 hours long. Yes. Did you notice the blue and green background videos do better than the red ones? So I might go back to like the different colors just to see how that does. The red has been an experiment. I think that it's not just the thumbnail, because red backgrounds theoretically are supposed to be like the most eye-popping, right? And Phobia says red backgrounds by far do best on my channel. No idea why. And if you look at my like analytics, right, on YouTube Studio, with some exceptions, red backgrounds. Now it is most of what I upload now, but like videos that are not red backgrounds, they do worse. They do even worse. I think, Rogue Robot, what's going on is that it's just the symptom of it's a symptom of views being down on the website altogether. So now my blue star background is that it's classic, right? So I might experiment with the different colors again just to see, so we'll see. But there was a reason I went red. You could suggest people hype your videos. That's supposed to promote smaller channels and videos to wider YouTube, but I forget the details. Oh yeah, the new hype feature. I don't know. I could look into that. The problem is it's just some extra stupid shit, I think, that YouTube has introduced instead of actually showing my videos to people like they're supposed to. I know that I have to do some work to promote my videos. Obviously, marketing's part of this job, but the problem is that it's not just an individual action. That's the thing. That's the theme of the stream, right? it's not just individual actions that are making the difference. It's site-wide systemic structural issues, and also like macroeconomic issues in society, right? Why people are not watching YouTube right now, but they're leaving the website because of shorts and AI garbage. Um, so I'm kind of cynical about like features that YouTube, throws at us to like try to get people to watch our videos, because it's like you're suppressing it. Stop doing that, I'm just so fed up with that. Um, and here we're getting into some older videos. Dune, I don't know why that didn't take off. Multiverse, that was just a little one-off video. I put way too much work into my videos. How I make a video. This one, the view count on this personally offends me, to be honest. It's just not. It's just it proves to me, and again, I think the people who are here are a different sample size of like, people who actually do care, right? But the broad YouTube audience and like even my broad subscriber base who just come here to hear me talk about Star Trek, right? They don't actually care about me as a person. They don't care about my process. They don't care about behind the scenes. I actually, in my retrospectives, I've gotten complaints from people. Why are you padding the runtime with all this information about behind the scenes, blah, 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 the production? So it's like, my God, like, you don't care about how movies are made. You don't care about how shows are made. Like, that's my passion in life. I just can't relate to that. I can't relate to that. So, I mean, not everybody's going to be interested in the same things, but like, it's like, you know, you just, they want one thing and it's disgusting. Hello Feature Me created his channel to promote uh, his books on role building. The majority of his video essays are basically video thesis versions of excerpts from his physical books. And I would, as I get bigger, I would like to start kind of like dropping little, lore bits from different like sci-fi IPs that I've created too. You make Star Trek videos? Who knew? Blade Runner, love that view count. That's 500,000 right there almost. That was just luck of the algorithm. Expanse, current show, 340K. I say current like it's off the air now, but like it was current. Love that view count. Avatar, I mean, but see, that's a trend that did work, right? So why didn't Alien Romulus? I mean, it's not as big as Avatar, and neither is Jurassic Park, but how come those didn't get views but this did? It's I do think that's the luck factor. Doctor Who, that kind of did okay, but that's a universe that I really like. I can't even begin to like care about it actually. I'm sorry to any Doctor Who fans. It's just too much going on. Yeah, these I had to make members only because people just like hated. Yeah, and it's like Phobia just mentioned. We get attacked for like making jokes, right? Like, I guarantee that a lot of the videos that I'm going to be putting out in the near future, and this has already happened on some other videos, so this has happened on some other videos that I've put out over the past few years, right? I'm not here to watch your stand-up routine. Okay? I think that I don't know if I ruined it by like I've had humor in my videos for like a very long time, but like I guess a lot of people, as Kinsey puts it, right, they want like this kind of like dry lecture format. Why would I want to do that? That's not fun. I will say that I kind of accelerated this move into like absurdism a couple years ago, climbing up on the roof, yelling about the Trail of Tears, that kind of stuff, right? And it has it has led to where we are today. I've been inspired by like channels like Kid Icarus, but even like just some more not not laid back, but like just some less physical jokes, right? I mean the my wife thing that's old. I've had jokes in my videos for a long time, but for some reason I think there's this war on humor. And Phoebe says, what kind of mental illness makes you want less entertaining entertainment, right? It's like it, you know I don't understand it either. There's this trend of just people, what it is people are miserable. People are so deeply miserable. And I get it. Like the world is on fire. Like they we're we're playing with a bunch of like extinction scenarios as we speak in society, right? Um, you know, I I get anxious about the state of the world. I care. I'm not just in my bubble. I care about the state of society and in the country, and it depresses me, you know, that we're in this situation. I don't like where we are, but don't take it out on me, like that's the problem. I'm, it's like I said earlier, I'm a working class YouTuber. Reason I bring that up from Hello Feature Me is for the sake of your long-term financial diversification to supplant the issues with getting a steady patronage from YouTube alone. Yeah, and we talked about that earlier, actually, Rogue Robot. In the event that there's something does happen with the website down the line, that is something I definitely am trying to look at, is like diversification. So yeah, you're on the money with that. I don't necessarily think that moving into traditional media is what I want to do. I want to stay in the online space, but diversification is good. I'm a huge Doctor Who fan, and I have to admit the IP has gone to shit. That is polite, not harsh. Yeah. And yeah, Doctor Who has been a victim of, like so many other franchises, of modern corporate trends. I'll wrap this up. Matrix, maybe I can see why they didn't take off, but like I thought everybody I thought more people would be interested in this. Um this one we just should have done differently. Arrival, that's pretty good for like a video about a movie, right? Fantastic Planet, very underappreciated. So maybe I can understand why it got 10K. This was the genesis of like my modern format. Alien Worlds, not surprising that it still has a low view count, but if I were bigger, maybe it would have accumulated some. I did a 2001: A Space Odyssey video a long time ago. It's not great, but I did make it, and then by and large, 114K, lol. But my point is, this playlist is going to keep getting denser and denser. But like the red thumbnails, I mean, I can ABC test like some different colors, I guess. Like I can do that. I'm not gonna knock that, but red outperforms my other stuff for the most part these days. I think the red thumbnail is not the cause of the lower views. I think it's the fact that people are just leaving because of shorts and AI garbage. Yeah. More Tiwa content. I don't have unfortunately I don't have a soundbite for a soundboard thing for Fantastic Planet. Here's another playlist that I'll go ahead and highlight a little bit. And this gets into I'll do this in a second, because this gets into another conversation I wanted to talk about. Just want to say I love your channel and the videos. Wishing you and yours the best. Thank you so much, Rich. I appreciate that. Thank you. I, for one, think the Trail of Tears was a bad thing. I was surprised you did Fantastic Planet. Yeah, it's not something that a lot of people have heard of. Yeah. But that's also probably why it only got 10,000 views. YouTube is the cause of lower views on YouTube. So one other thing that I want to highlight as well is this playlist, Real World Science. So this doesn't go back this is not as extensive. Here, this is an unlisted video. It's not really representative of my thoughts anymore, so I unlisted it. I did it with my friend Lewis. But this is the original upload of Teched Out, my documentary about cybernetics, and this was my college thesis. It used to have a different thumbnail, and I did this because I was trying to see if it did anything, and didn't do anything. Random chance. This was in 2020, and this was kind of my era where my channel was still really small. So this did okay for my channel size. UFO video, kind of underappreciated, I think. That was more recent. Are We Alone in the Galaxy? That's kind of just a one-off science video. When Will Humans Go Extinct? Have humans stopped evolving? These are videos that have not gotten as many views as some of my other content, like my sci-fi content. Will We All Become Cyborgs? This is a reboot of Teched Out, and then of course Wild Space will go in this playlist. But this playlist has done even worse, and I have a theory about why that is. I'll catch up on some of these chats, and I'm going to get into a little bit of a doomer conversation. This is really solid, by the way. I like your more science-oriented direction for your channel. Edutainment is huge right now. So about that kind of gets at the heart of a concern of mine, because I think it's a little mixed, actually. But I'm glad that I'm glad you're fucking with the content, man. I appreciate that. I specifically told Tyler not to watch that film sober. Yeah, I'd actually seen Fantastic Planet before I saw the video, and I'd never seen it sober. Yeah, no, we definitely had to knock back some drinks for that, and it enhanced the experience. It did. So my lane on YouTube, I was just wondering what your opinion on other sci-fi series are, Stargate, Babylon 5, etc. I haven't had time to watch any of those. They're too long. Babylon 5 is not quite as long, but again, I want to reiterate from time to time. I have to clarify this. I'm 27, so I some of the stuff was on before I was born. I haven't had time, but that doesn't mean that I can't in the future. But we just went through this playlist. Whoops, hold on. God, my computer's not happy. Where's the one-offs? Yeah. Here's my playlist of different sci-fi franchises that I've covered. So if you haven't watched any of these videos, I encourage you to go watch all of them, because you should. But yeah. If my lane is sci-fi lore, I don't mind that, and I like comparing stuff to real world, whatever. The videos that are just real world science and not sci-fi, I think people don't want that from me, is the signal that I've gotten. And that goes in tandem. I need to get both you and Kinsey blasted after we finish our collaborative shoots in December. Yeah, we got to watch and film something drunk. But am I the only one who's still pissed that Lower Decks got canceled? I do miss it. So the real world science, there is a concerning trend in society right now where I think I think edutainment is big, and so I'm glad that, I've kind of that's been my sort of lane, like I said, for a while, and it will continue to be my lane. That's good, but real world science, like actual science, like we're at a point where and this is a trend that's been going on since like the 80s, right? With the Reagan administration. It's the defunding of public education and gutting of scientific authorities, and just in the past like 10 years, the like rejection of whatever is called the establishment, right, has extended into areas of like actual like scientific authority, and that's not good. Like being anti-establishment in the sense of like, hey, can we please have universal health care, like that's fine, but like anti-intellectualism is dangerous and it kills people. And right now we have an administration in office that is attacking science funding to a greater degree than we have seen in generations, and it is going to lead to a brain drain of the US. I think NASA is basically just dead on arrival, as far as like an institution. They're trying to push everything into the private sector. China's gonna beat China's already beating us in so many respects, but like we're ceding this century to China, right? And we're making even further cuts to public education, right? That has consequences. Angela Collier just made a video about this where she like was responding to some comments like that she gets that on her videos attacking physics, and it's like, well, she is a physicist, so that's basically attacking her. It's like the anti-intellectualism in society right now is so exhausting. So what I've wanted to do is for like 5 years ago, I thought maybe I have a shot at becoming a science communicator. I actually went on Kyle Hill's live stream and I talked about like, uh, you know, I talked about, hey, I want to be science communicator. Like, do you have any advice? Because I don't really have like a science degree. I have a film degree. And he gave me some good advice. He said, basically just like, research topics you're passionate about and use your film skills to deliver that. That was good advice, right? Well, now it's like trying to break into science communication is like kind of a lost cause, I think, because people don't want to learn anymore. I'm afraid. Uh, I'm afraid, and again, this isn't just like, I mean, we've talked about this before. You guys know my opinions on this. Like, Republican administrations accelerate this, but it's a trend that's been going on. It's not just Trump, right, that has made this happen, right? It's been going on in our society for a long time, and the Democrats just follow their lead, right? And, but the Republicans kind of lead the charge on like attacking, public education and stuff. But like, regardless of the partisan aspect of it, just the fact that it's occurring in society. I just think that the United States of America is done as a authority on science and as an authority on international leadership long term. I just think we're done. I just think we're done as a as in that context. Um which sucks because China is doing imperialism too, but they're doing it smarter, and they're this is their century, I fear, right? They're not going to last forever, and you know in a century it's going to be somebody else, but like functionally, what does that mean for me? Well, it means that trying to educate people and trying to talk politics, which Star Trek's political. Star Trek's always been political. Like, I just put out my Starfleet is Starfleet a military video, and I had a section in there where I was talking about how New Trek is kind of starting to play it safe a little bit, right? Because the frustration with the Strange New Worlds episode called "What Is Starfleet?" It's Beto's documentary, right? Where he's like, is Starfleet like the military arm of a colonial power, like is the Federation an empire? Interesting questions, right? With, I think, that are answerable, and then it just shies away from actually tackling those issues head on because the Strange New Worlds writers are fucking cowards, uh or they don't know what they're like. They don't realize the mistake that they're making. And it's so frustrating because to see this franchise, fall from the peak of where it was in like the 90s, right? So I said in the video, like, because Strange New Worlds kind of started out more progressive lefty, right? And it's kind of migrating towards the center. And again, these episodes of season 3 were written during the Biden administration. It wasn't even because of the Trump administration. It was written during the Biden administration. And like, they're playing it safe. We've talked about this earlier. And I said, just like kind of political candidates, right, after they're appealing to their party bases, right, they kind of come to the center, except for Trump. He just says whatever the fuck he wants. And then I showed him saying, they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. And I put the question marks on screen because I didn't want people to actually think that I like Trump. But I mean, that shit was funny, though, with that he said that. It's racist, but it's funny as hell because it's so random, right? It's like, apparently there's a bunch of people in my audience who are like, I didn't know you were a liberal, or I didn't know you were a leftist. It's like, okay. Media literacy is dead. Media literacy is dead. Maybe it's just the channel overlap. If you posted the real world science vids on their own channel, maybe they'd find their audience, or maybe just leverage shorts like Vsauce. The problem, Smart Smears, is that if I post something on a second channel, like, it's going to get even less views, and it's not going to be monetized because I only have one monetized platform, and shorts have a horrible subscriber conversion rate. So I like the energy, I do, but I've thought about both of those. I'm sure it's been stated many times, but I forgot Tyler's opinion on The Expanse and how many episodes has he done. Was it just the one? But yeah, I did just the one video on the science. Really good show. People might not want to learn, but they want to be entertained. How about entertaining them and teaching them without them knowing? That's definitely like the goal, right? Is to try to walk that line. So that's something I'm going to have to try to figure out as I go on, right? And like, could I steer away from some controversy by, like, not bringing up current politics? Sure. I think it's like admitting defeat, but I don't know. It depends on how you go about it. Because, like, you can critique institutions and authority, and, like, again, I shit on both parties, like, all the time. Like, there's and people's political affiliations is something, Phobia and I talk about a lot, right? People in our generation, like, even though he and I are not really conservative, really, like most Gen Z men are becoming that way, and there's a lot of reasons for that. I kind of talk about that in my dating video, and like, um, we have friends who are right leaning and Christians or whatever, right? Um, but they all understand that there's a class war, right? They're not like Jeb Bush Republicans, they're like Christians, right? Who still like hate billionaires and think people should have health care. Like that's that's new, right? That's new. I mean it's not new, but it's new in terms of it being like a prevailing demographic description, right? Of like, voters, uh which is to say that like they want we want progressive policies, but then, you know, you get people doing like identity politics, and that just kind of drives people away, right? And so, I mean, I care deeply about like abortion and church state separation and gay rights and trans rights and stuff like that. And I think that it would be a mistake to like take conservative positions on those things if you're running a campaign, because then you're just agreeing with the right. But like, you know, eh, the problem with Democrats largely is that over the past like 10 years, they've kind of, you know, abandoned the sort of, it's not 10 years, more than that. They've kind of abandoned the sort of like economic populism, right? That, I mean, Tennessee in my lifetime has not voted blue in a presidential election, but as recently as January 2011, we had a Democratic legislature, and now it's a GOP. We're basically living like a GOP autocracy, right? There's a lot of reasons for that. There's a lot of reasons for that. So the party shifts are going to be interesting to kind of like see as time goes on. I'll get off of this screen, I guess. But it's general. We're seeing different like generational change. I think your videos are very educational, entertaining. Tyler, thanks. Go ship. Strange New Worlds is becoming conservatively washed. Yeah, exactly. I get comments all the time saying things like, wow, thank you for taking the time to explain things without insulting us. It's like you really believe we can all learn and do these glitches ourselves. The education system has completely failed these people. They have zero self-confidence and don't believe new things can be learned at all. And maybe that is my advantage, where like I can come in and fill that role. I had a professor, we both had a professor at University of Memphis who was like, one day in class, he was like, you know, with like the internet, you kind of don't really need college anymore, huh? As they're taking our money, it's like, oh, well, brilliant. Okay, well, I think I think you guys are right in the sense that like if I can find the right balance of edutainment, like entertaining people, but also informing them about stuff that I find interesting, because I do want to kind of amend something I said earlier that people don't want to learn. I think that actually is kind of maybe a little harsh. A lot of people don't want to learn. A lot of people are stubborn, but a lot of people do want to learn. They just they aren't learning in school, like Phobia is saying. So maybe we are the new school. I don't know. What is Starfleet was awful, sadly breaking point of the season for me. Yeah, I think I was on board with it up until the end, but I also, even throughout it, I thought the camera work and editing was horrendous because it was supposed to look like an amateur documentary. It's like, well, I don't know, man. I made one and it looked better in college, and it looked better than that. I'll say that. um, I've said this elsewhere, but like Stranger Worlds is less good, just less good lower decks. What is Starfleet is just less good trusted sources. Yes. Yes, it is just less good trusted sources. Trusted sources is great. I love that episode. Trump is great for his gaffes as in accidentally telling the truth, right? He said the quiet part out loud. That's something you will see all the time from people like he said the quiet part out loud because he's an idiot and he just says shit and it's like he's like he's the worst and best thing to happen to politics in the past 10 years. Worst in the sense that he's actually running the government now. That I don't like that part, but like he's opened the floodgates for people to just like say shit, and that has led to a lot of negative side effects like Nazis, but also like I think the left has become unshackled and like you get and it can go awry, but like we need somebody with his energy, I think, who can like appeal to people um uh like the common man, right? And uh but enact progressive policies but be relatable. It'd be off the cuff is what I'm trying to say. Not somebody who lies necessarily, but somebody who just speaks not in politician language, right? That's one development that has kind of, been it's been mixed, but there has been some positive that has come out of it. I mean, to be honest, y'all, I mean, I think without Trump, I'm not sure that we would have like some of the um, you know, progressive Congress people, elected that we have, right? Because typically in midterm elections, it's the party that is not in the White House, right, is the one that gains seats. So we're living in the midst of history is what's going on. Still don't get how right of center people can actually like proper Roddenberry Trek because it advocates against their right of center conservative values. Yeah, Steve Shives made a video about this. I haven't watched it, but I think the gist and like the common like understanding about why do conservatives like Star Trek is that they can compartmentalize the post-scarcity society, right, and economy, but they like the militaristic aspects of it. When I think, somebody did comment on my video like, Starfleet, even if Starfleet were a military, that doesn't necessarily need to be considered a bad thing, right? And I agree. Like, militaries are not good or bad by definition. It's what you do with them that's good or bad. Like, uh, a state that does well by its people, right, can use its army to defend itself. Like that's just building a functioning government, but like they like I saw somebody say that conservatives are probably drawn to like the male kind of archetypes of like Cisco and Picard and Archer, right, of being like these men who get things done. And you know what? I mean, more power to them because like I'd like those characters. I mean, especially Cisco. But that's how they view things, right? They view things through like the lens of masculinity and through the lens of like leadership. And leadership need not necessarily, and hierarchies need not necessarily be considered like a conservative thing, but that's what they like about it is my guess, right? The left can't do that right now. It's too concerned with cancel culture. What we need is someone who isn't afraid of Reddit on the left. I tend to agree. Like, we need somebody who just says like, all right, here's the deal. We're gonna make the rich pay for UBI and universal health care, and I don't care who who like FDR, right, said I welcome the wrath of corporate America. Like he said that. not in verbatim, but like he said, I welcome their wrath, talking about the capitalists, right? Yeah, I think this has been floated as well. We could run somebody who just doesn't even label themselves as a leftist, because unfortunately, leftism is becoming associated with extremism and like anarchist violence and stuff, right? And that's not good. Um, but like that people are making that association. But like you run somebody who just forget about the left right spectrum, right? Just populism, right? Somebody who is like, okay, let's all be real. We know that things are wrong with capitalism. Here's what I'm going to try to do to address it, right? And just focus on that. And like I said, I don't think that they should like take conservative positions on social issues, but the thing that neoliberal Democrats have been able to do is focus on social issues at the expense of economic ones, and they still lose. And that's the, I mean, like making like again, I think Roe v. Wade going away was a bad thing, but making abortion like a central aspect of the 2024 campaign could be viewed as like uh you know not electorally the best strategy, right? So I don't think we need to start throwing immigrants under the bus. I don't think we frankly need more immigration. Actually, people will disagree with that, but if you look at the state of like to the extent that there is a labor shortage, right, and you look at birth rates, like we need more people coming into this country to work jobs. But like I don't think we need to throw immigrants under the bus. I don't think we need to throw like the trans people are getting shafted right now, right, and not in the good way. With all these like laws against them being able to like have like their their proper health care. It's like that's just not, nobody wants that. I mean, the people do want it, but like that's not helping anybody. Yeah. Yeah. All that collapses the moment someone says, I'm going to fix the economy, even if it's a lie. Exactly. Right. So Democrats have to start talking about the economy or they'll continue to lose. They do. They absolutely do. And, Kamala had some, interesting proposals, but they weren't going far enough. And she pivoted in the middle of the campaign to like, kind of like the Hillary 2016 strategy. And it's like, no, you have Tim Walz, use him. And she did, but not enough. Like, but if he was not at the top of the ticket, it was always, I mean, that, I don't know. That was just frustrating to watch unfold, because it's like, it's Lucy with the football all over again. I feel like, calling Starfleet a military or not is trying to pigeonhole it. Well, the conclusion that I came to in my video is that military, being a military is just one of its functions, right? It does other things. One problem is the rich are not self-aware enough to know that they are the rich, that they are the problem. It's going to just keep getting more concentrated and concentrated. And that's why, as a society, I think America, as a country, I do think that America is quite possibly like cooked, right? In terms of like, could we be seeing a breakup, at some point? I think that's on the table now, even though I don't think that's a good thing necessarily. It might be inevitable, and I'm talking about like decades in the future. But yeah, I mean, the Democrats are beholden to the same kinds of donors that the Republicans are: the pharmaceutical industry, the banking industry, the fossil fuel industry, the military industrial complex, big tech. Like they can't, they can't, you know, actually propose revolutionary ideas because the money is going to dry up. And it's like, well, okay, then that's the problem, right? Is that we have lobbying, essentially. Better to have us fight each other than the people that pull the strings. Well, but yeah, you're right. I just worry that I don't know. I think most people really cannot grasp how bad things are right now and how bad things are going to continue to be. A big part of it is how late Biden dropped out. Dude, I totally agree. He should have stepped down so much earlier. Well, he didn't step down at all. He should have stepped down, period. He should like from the presidency, like, you know, we know that they were hiding his health issues. Like, it's just not, it's insulting to suggest otherwise. So, but I think if you think about normies, right? If you think about how normies vote, they vote a certain way and they're just going to continue to vote a certain way until the end of time. And it's like, okay, well, I think that I don't know. It's I don't even know if a majority. I know that a majority of the Democratic base is on board with like social democratic policies, but I don't think that I don't think progressives. I think the primary system, the Democratic primary system, is set up to like prevent progressive candidates from winning just by virtue of the fact that like so much emphasis is put on Super Tuesday, where and a lot of those states are concentrated in the South. They're not, I mean, they're voting for the more moderate candidates, and it's just, I mean, I'm not. I think the Democratic Party is not in a great position to win back a lot of people's trust. Is the thing. I really think they're just not in a position to win back a lot of people's trust. And so the damage is done. Did you see the clip of Kamala on The View? Yes, that was a horrible moment. They asked her what she thought of Biden's policies, uh, and she said, one thing I didn't realize." Well, actually, what I saw was different. I thought I think I remember them asking like, "What would you do differently from him?" And she said nothing. Right. One thing I didn't realize was how necessary it was for me to differentiate myself from him. Basically the same thing. Then she started talking about the things that she didn't like about the Biden administration, what she would have done differently, and they cut her off air live. Why are we protecting Biden in 2025? Yeah, in 2020, uh, in 2024, even like, there, that was just. It's the network, it's all connected, right? They're beholden to the same kind of corporate interests. Does anyone still think Biden was really president for 4 years? Of course not. I was pretty excited when I heard that Elon is starting a third party. I hate his guts, and he'll definitely never win, but he might spoil some conservative votes. So yeah, so that intrigued me as well. So it is like the American Party, right? And I think Mark Cuban has expressed some interest in this. So what would be interesting is that if he did, like, because he's the richest man in the world, like if he had the infrastructure and the momentum to split the vote because he and Trump are no longer on good terms, like I do think that even without it, that the Democrats are getting set up to win in 2028 because the economy is just going to keep going down the toilet, right? And JD Vance is just not a strong general election candidate, in my opinion. He does not have the same appeal that Donald Trump does to people. Like, so, you know, but could we see a fracturing of the GOP where you get like people like after Trump dies, what's going to happen to MAGA? Like, I don't think that there's quite going to be another candidate like Trump in terms of being able to have that exact like charisma among his base to, get people excited in the same way. I think that you're going to see a lot of people trying to mimic him and failing. Um, the problem now is that Project 2025 has been in full force for, you know, almost a year, and we're living in a post Project 2025 world. And what that means is that the next Democratic administration that comes in, even down the line, if we get a progressive president, I think that so much damage has been done. And again, it's what Trump has done on top of the decades of, Reagan and Bush era degradation. Like, and Clinton and Obama not going far enough as well. Like, so much damage has been done. I don't think that you can recover from that. I don't. That's why I just think that America is done being a world leader. America is done being a authority on science. America is done with a lot of things. It's China's time. And like I said, it won't last forever. But maybe the EU could actually kind of come in and fill the void a little bit with like leading science as a competitor to China, although they're doing a lot of, certain EU countries, even Canada, are cooperating with China. And there's a lot of reason for them to, because they can probably see the writing on the wall is that they're the leader. They're going to be the new leaders. And so, okay, yeah, so it's a different interview. I gotcha. Yeah. This one happened just this year, and I guess they didn't expect her to say something different this time. I gotcha. Okay. I thought that's might have been what you were referencing. Yeah, that's wild. Oh man. Oh man. Yeah, they want to protect his legacy, I guess. But like, I think that China is less than 5 years away from becoming the world's largest economy. I really think that's not like a bold prediction at all, So we'll see. I think Elon is a delegator, not really a leader. Yeah, uh, he, yeah, there's gonna be. I'm thinking of MAGA as like a cult. Like when their leader is gone, it's going to fracture. That's what I'm thinking is going to happen. Um, and but he's already like had so much influence over the Republican Party that like MAGA might as well be like the permanent new ideology. So, yeah. And China's already leading in some indicators. Yeah. The Cuban American Party. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think I'm gonna have to do some funny math with this fundraiser. For some reason, I'm on Top Chat, not Live Chat. It's 9:26. I guess we'll start winding down. This has been a really, really good conversation tonight. But yeah, I'm good to keep chilling for a while. But yeah, America is cooked is basically the thesis. And with that is, YouTube, society, education, dating. We knew that. Okay. God, where is Interact? Oh, it's browser. Okay. Interact, live chat. I don't think magazine even relevant in 2025. The future is about to be religious traditional Republicans. The Charlie Kirk assassination alone has shifted things in that direction alone strongly. Yeah, I think, like I said, I think traditional MAGA is definitely not going to outlast this administration at the very least. Um, I think that because MAGA is a cult of personality. Like what I'm more so when I think of MAGA now, I think of like the policies. That's just permanent ideology of the Republican Party, right? That's the establishment now. But the future is going to be post MAGA. And I think Charlie Kirk's assassination absolutely is going to be a milestone on that road, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's not so much like specifically Donald Trump anymore, right? Like he shifted the Overton window, right? And so now we have MAGA policies as, that's like I said, that's just the GOP ideology. But post MAGA, that's going to be, and that's where we could see some fracturing. That's where we could see, I think the religious right is, I mean, the religious right is obviously on the rise. Like, they basically got their way on abortion, right? And they're trying to get their way on a lot of other issues. We're just in a cycle of history where they are just in power, essentially, like culturally, right? Or in terms of like, state level politics, institutions. Um, when I think of Trump and MAGA right now, what I'm also thinking of is big tech, because they're basically the same thing. Like Peter Thiel, Mark Zuckerberg, these people who are running the show when it comes to like the AI bubble. They're running the show when it comes to like, you know, infrastructure. All these data centers are being built up. Yeah, for sure. We're not disagreeing at all. I just think people won't be using the term MAGA much longer. Yeah, definitely. They'll just calling themselves Republicans detached from Trump, Elon, most likely. Yeah, that definitely I agree with. MAGA as a label is dying. It's had its time in the sun. It's going to, like I said, as soon as he dies, that's going to be like um, the the moment where they like have to figure out, okay, what direction are we going? It's not going to be MAGA anymore. It's going to be the evolution of it. So I yeah, we're definitely on the same page. um Try breaking into the societal stuff going on today. that would that would cause even more sub loss. But yeah, like, you know I just I do worry about, you know, the what's going to happen to like some of the social progress that has occurred, over the past, several years. But we're just, like I said, we're in a new cycle of history, and they're going to have their way. I've seen there's like a research paper that came out a few years ago where people, they took the like they took a model of like presidential elections and like the average lifetimes and retirements of of Supreme Court justices, and they projected that it could take until 2065 for the Supreme Court to swing back to the liberal side. And maybe, yeah. Because that's basically like, if you think about Amy Coney Barrett basically replacing Ruth Bader Ginsburg, that was like the nail in the coffin. That was where they got their 6-3 majority, where now there's not even a swing vote. Or John Roberts still is kind of, was considered maybe like a swing vote, but he's a conservative. He mostly votes conservative, right, on these issues. Um, that's how Roe v. Wade went away, right? They had the numbers for it. And so uh, that's, at least a generation. Like a generation, if like a generation's 30 years, like like that's at least how long it'll be around. I do think that is the case. Yes. Um, if MAGA would die on the right and ID poll would die on the left at the same time, we might actually have political candidates again to choose from, right? Also, hot take, even if we get liberal progressive full control in the US, we won't get Roe v. Wade or free birth control anytime soon. We're entering birth rate crisis now and they can't afford it. Yeah, man, that's another thing, is that they're going to be operating within the framework of a post-Roe world, a post-Roe country. And, again, abortion should be legal, but, and it is in a lot of states still, but like in the states where it's not, that's just reality now. And that, like I said, they got their way. And so it is going to become probably unpopular to advocate for any policy that, would further contribute to declining birth rates. I was thinking about that the other day, because we've talked about this before. Yeah. We're in a demographic crunch. So my Lost Decades video, we talked about this. The overturn did hand it over to the states. Yeah, exactly. Like it's a state-based issue now. If they just made living affordable, more people would be willing to have kids. Yeah. The cost of living crisis, I think, is the number one issue facing the country right now politically. Climate change is the number one issue facing our species, and cost of living, and AI, right? Those are like I would say those are the three top issues facing humanity at the moment: climate change, cost of living, and AI. And so AI and economics are kind of like tied together, right? So you can maybe say that those are, lump those in, and climate change also kind of political, right? So yeah, it's all connected, right? So in the event that we do have an era where people can, uh, you know, afford to have kids again, I would love that, right? You know, that would last for a while, and I think the new worry is that we'll just, there will be some other event down the line in the future that causes us to get into another like cycle of stagflation and, conservatism and everything. Like, it's history happens in cycles. So I do think that it is going to be at least a generation before we could get like I said, it's going to depend on the Supreme Court. Like, and the Democrats, are not willing to add seats to the court, right? And so we're in a pendulum swing. We're in a cultural moment where that's just the forces that are, at play now. And I think that the children of Gen Z rebelling against their parents' ideology of like, if Gen Z is turning more conservative, well, then if the opposite of that, like in a generation happens, like, and then they enter politics, like, that's what it's going to take. It's a generational thing. Another worry, Phoebe and I have talked about this, you know, the US dollar, because America is dying, the US dollar is dying, and then nobody's taking it seriously anymore. And so, or that's not true right now, but it will be in the future probably. And so, okay, then if we do have UBI and stuff like that, the powers that be will, probably pile on inflation, because a lot of inflation they've experienced over the past few years has been corporations kind of like raising their prices artificially. Like, you get like Zaid, not Zaid, Zoran Mamdani. I thought Zaid from Mass Effect. Zoran Mamdani, the candidate for mayor in New York City, is a democratic socialist, right? And he's already like been threatened by the Trump administration. They're going to like cut off federal funds, if he wins, which he's very likely to win, because he's the Democratic nominee in New York. It's New York City, so of course it's like going to be like plus whatever, Democratic. So outside forces could see his mayorship you know, be like challenged, right, and have like some negative economic effects, especially if he's going to be mayor when the shit hits the fan and like the national economy, um, where you know, we have like the next Great Depression or whatever, you know, that could doom him in. And then, and since he's seen as like the figurehead of like, or the new kind of like where a lot of the left's attention is right now, you know, there's the worry that he could, that could be seen as discrediting him, even if it's not entirely his fault, right? What happens? So I think it's gonna be. I think that, like I said, I think that the children of Gen Z are gonna have to relearn like um what it means to live in a society, I guess, you know, before we get anywhere. Hard for me not to crash out over climate change, especially since once America cares about it, they're going to do it in a conservative way. It's going to be market based. Um, and that's not entirely without merit, but I do not think it's enough. I think you need government, the government to like take charge on that. And if you like solar panels, you know, becoming cheaper, like that's good and that will help, but that's not enough. So it's going to be one of those things where like maybe we like avoid the worst, you know, temperature increase scenario, but it's still not a great time. So I think nuclear war is our main issue right now. US and Russia are running out of arms treaties. And I think as we start sending more, you know, infrastructure to space, you know, the outer space treaty could probably go away. No, I'm saying like, you know, not that it's a good or bad thing, but like that it's just would happen, right? And we could see like the militarization of space, especially if China and Russia are working on a joint lunar base right now that is planned to open like the 2030s. The Artemis mission is NASA's like answer to that, and it just keeps getting delayed and delayed. And I'm like, I just, you know, the science in the US has become such a joke now that like I fully expect that China might actually beat us back to the moon. That actually could be a good thing because it could encourage us to like fund a new space race, which could have some positive side effects. But then there's the militaristic aspect where it's like the Cold War again, where you have like these, um, you know, um, just the threat, right, of nuclear war. And that's what happens in Star Trek, you know, World War III. Uh, we're definitely in a new Cold War era. And but like there's also the threat of if even if we become a multipolar world, like there's, you know, all kinds of different countries that have nukes, India and Pakistan, you know, Israel, North Korea, like these are countries that, you know, are have kind of like radical governments, right? And can just engage in conflict that could trigger like some other alliances and treaties and like, you know, just end in a bad day for us. Almost all solar panels are produced in China. They're approaching net zero emissions, but we're trying to decouple from them. Yeah, that's why I'm saying China, you know, for all the shit that China gets about like their emissions, and you know, it's justifiably so. Um, and this, by the way, I just want to make it clear, this stream is not a, you know, I love China stream or anything. We're talking geopolitics. You know, uh, China has for a long time been leading the charge on green technology. Yeah. Remember, if we get universal health care in this country, it'll be called Patriot Care. Yeah, exactly. I feel like China and the U.S. want to avoid nuclear war, so it really boils down to if the proxy countries, Russia, Israel, can keep it in their pants. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't have a direct attack on one versus the other. I think it is going to be these smaller actors. sadly, solar panels are so expensive to produce and maintain, they rarely pay for themselves. I wish we could drop solar so we could start talking about safe nuclear, the real clean energy solution, in my opinion. I mean, I do think that solar is still going to be a huge part of the transition, but like I said, they are getting cheaper. Like that's a trend that's been occurring. But it could stop. It could reverse. It could not get cheap enough. But nuclear is, um, I think, something that we need to discuss as well. Yes, and I've been talking about this for a long time, and there have stop lying. 'Cause I can see your China shirt. Yeah. um, uh, nuclear. What happened with nuclear is kind of like RT's referencing. Like in the 70s, there was 3 Mile Island, and then Chernobyl in the 80s, right? And there was also like during the Cold War, like people associated nuclear energy with the arms race. People, environmentalists, the left, whatever you want to call it, while their heart might have been in the right place, advocated, protested, lobbied against nuclear. And, it didn't help that a lot of like, because nuclear physics and nuclear technology has its roots in the military industrial complex, as does a lot of things. But like World War II, that's the atom bomb, it's the Manhattan Project, that's where it came from, right? Like, and there was, stuff on it before, but like that's what accelerated it. And so a lot of Republicans kind of, were like big lobbying in favor of nuclear power, right? Democrats not so much. And so, but I don't know, I think on that issue the Republicans, it's kind of like how Republican presidents in my lifetime have actually had like bolder visions for space exploration, and I agree with that because that has a lot of trickle down like effects where it can benefit civilian sectors. And the Democrats, because the Democrats are actually the more fiscally conservative party, believe it or not. Like Bill Clinton canceled, they almost canceled the ISS. Obama had that soundbite where it was like, I know people, think that we should return to the moon, but I just have to say we've been there before. And they'd start doing the Mars Direct, and he canceled the Constellation program that would have had us build a moon base first. Fucking massive mistake, right? Wrong decision. Democrats not good on space. I'm sorry, they're just not. So now we are going back to the moon. But like in the 70s they protested nuclear, in 80s they protested nuclear. It discredited it with an entire generation. Now the kind of conceit of environmentalists, the Green Party, blah blah blah, is I don't like nuclear. Well, the problem with that logic is that those reactors that melted down, this is even true of Fukushima, those reactors that melted down are old reactors. New nuclear reactors are safer. They just are. And so what you're seeing in a lot of European countries is you have like countries phasing out, like Germany and Slovakia, like Slovenia, whatever, phasing out existing nuclear power plants and supplementing it, replacing it with coal. What the hell sense does that make? Coal? You're going to go from nuclear to coal? What? That's a fossil fuel. No. That's ridiculous. And there's economic reasons for it, but it's like, fuck that. Don't do it. That's bad. So I would like to propose that this is Canada's century. Actually, funny enough about that, Colin, I've been reading a lot about how Canada is kind of preparing themselves to like possibly take over as like the preeminent North American, trading power, right? Because we can't get our shit together down here. And so, Canada is actually, there are actually some nations that will benefit from climate change, believe it or not. Canada is one of them. Now, again, not entirely, but like in some sense, right? Canada, Russia, Scandinavia countries like Iceland, these are going to be countries that it's been projected that they could become like big agricultural powers in the future because there's going to be farmland that's going to be like available that was not like able to be farmed because it was too cold, right? Meanwhile, the global south is at like 120 degrees and people are dying from heat stroke. But like that will happen, or that could happen. And Canada is like in a position to benefit from that. And but Canada is also like having their own kind of, I mean, I don't want to speak too much about you guys' politics, but like what I've observed is that they're kind of merging into like the two-party system, a two-party system, right? And neoliberalism is still a thing there, capitalism is still a thing there, so they're trying to like get in on the business side of things. And so um uh um there it's funny enough in Mass Effect, I think about in Mass Effect how like Vancouver is like one of the first cities that gets hit by the Reapers. It's like, because BioWare is in Canada. But societally, Canada is like also going to be subject to the same um, demographic issues and like birth rate collapse and like cost of living issues. But militarily, economically, like them kind of supplanting us in the future, that follows the trends. Yes. um Also but the housing crisis, yeah, let's this like I'm mentioning, like there's still a lot of issues for like civilians to have to overcome. They skipped over 2008 and have accelerated past us at the same rate. Yeah. um I actually watched a video by the B1M yesterday about Toronto's abysmal public transit. you know Modern nuclear wouldn't even use plutonium or uranium. We've never even tried modern nuclear in the U.S. because Congress bends over for ExxonMobil at every opportunity. Exactly. Exactly. I work in insolvency. I assure you the 2008 did not skip us. Yeah, I guess my sense is that y'all I have to have like not been hit as hard as us. But even if that's not true, like the housing crisis is still like, you think about it, Toronto, Vancouver, these are some big cities. They got like, a lot of people that need housing. And so, that's still an issue. So both things can be true at the same time. Canada has a birth rate collapse, but they're more willing to supplant it with immigration at least. Yeah. I mean, historically, that's what I've seen. I feel like lately they've also kind of like gotten on the closed borders bandwagon, but that could change at some point. Oh yeah, the 2008 housing reset. Right. Yeah, yeah, because like as in like the 2020s housing crisis, like it's bad here. Canada on another level in some respects. uh which is to say that like it's a lot of developed first world countries that are having these same kind of issues. I'm in the Caribbean, so I'm absolutely screwed with climate change. I'm so sorry. But yeah, modern nuclear, like we're talking about like thorium, we're talking about some of those kinds of things. Uh, I love simping for my country. No. um, Recommend the book Why the World Needs China by Kyle Farana. Interesting. Yeah. Funny enough, I actually have been a long time believer that um, the US could have benefited, I think, from having the Soviet Union continue to exist um, as a political adversary for various reasons, because like the Soviet Union collapsing, like the Soviet Union had issues, of course. Their command economy was structurally incapable of dealing with a lot of like, issues that they were facing. But those were also exacerbated by like outside factors like Reagan, you know, getting OPEC to like fix oil prices to screw over the Soviet Union because that was like uh a big part of their economy, right? And like trying to bankrupt them by like doing the arms buildup that he did, right? So external and internal factors. But like, yeah, it always comes back to fucking Reagan, doesn't it, man? But like, I think the U.S. could have benefit from the Soviet Union continuing to exist because when the Soviet Union collapsed, that was actually a very bad thing for Russians. Like it caused like they did the shock therapy where it caused them to. It was basically their capitalist transition, and it was very poorly executed. And now Russia is like just such a sorry ass place to live, like it really is. That's how you got Putin, they've done like a right wing kind of, pivot and um like these countries that I mean, again, Russia wasn't the Soviet Union was an empire. They were illegally occupying the Baltic countries. But like some of these other places that were part of the Soviet Union, there are people there today who miss the Soviet years because of various reasons. So like they had more centralized like they were sending money to these places like Azerbaijan and Turkmenistan and Moldova, just these random countries, right, to build up their infrastructure. Um and so uh like when that went away, the money dried up. You have these communist governments in these countries and abroad went away, and you know they were a lot of them were socially authoritarian, and that was not ideal, right? But what you had replace these communist governments and societies was neoliberal capitalism, which, while on the one hand, like, I mean, I think you could have the Cold War end without getting rid of the Soviet Union. The Cold War was stupid, but like the you know after the you have like Western kind of cultural influences in places like Eastern Europe, and you get like the electronic music scene and everything. Like that cultural liberalization was good. The economic side of it, not so much, because now you have a lot of poverty in some of these places, and neoliberal capitalism is now the dominant economic paradigm, and since the 1990s has become the dominant economic paradigm, and it has increased social and economic inequality in these countries, where as a lot of these countries, they might not have been rich, but they didn't have as much stark inequality. And in the United States, um you have like, because the Soviet Union has gone away as like the big boogeyman to have like as our number one enemy, we are now hyper focused on inward insular issues. And this is where you get people like Pat Buchanan kind of rising up on the right and having he actually invented the term culture war, where he took on feminism and environmentalism and stuff like that. And he was like a ideological predecessor of Trumpism. He was paleo conservative, where he had some of the same kinds of ideas that Trump has about like hemispheric hegemony and like having control over like obviously anti-immigration, right? Closed borders, but also like dominance over our neighbors, This is where you get like him wanting to like buy Greenland or invade Greenland and stuff. It's stupid, but like that's where it comes from. And like the Ru- the Republican Party and the right were now focused on domestic issues first and foremost, and that's where you've gotten these cultural war issues. Now, I don't think that like after the Cold War ended, like I think that that was always going to be the case. And the Soviet Union still being around may not have mitigated these entirely, but having communism still being a like legitimate, so to speak, competitor economically in different places instead of neoliberal capitalism being the sole option could have allowed us in the US to um like our politicians, to kind of like want to throw us a few more bones economically and like make sure that we're as a society that we're the working class concerns are kind of like addressed a little bit more so we look good to the Soviet Union, right? Whereas in the 90s that was not the case. um and China was not even really as much of a factor, and Japan wasn't either. It was America, 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 and then in the 2000s, it was America, 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 and now we have China. And because China is like I say that like China was invented in the 2010s. No, China's a superpower now, and so you have like um, uh, as China is on the rise and is becoming our main competitor and the preeminent superpower in the world, that's coinciding with the rise of populism in the US. That's coinciding with Trumpism and also the Bernie Sanders movement, right? Where it's like, okay, for 20 years, and now it's more like 30 years, like uh, there has been no pretense of even trying to care about like stuff like universal health care, like or some of these other issues. And we also are having demographic change where like white people are going to be a minority at some point in the future in the United States, and that's causing a lot of anxiety among people, even though it shouldn't. It still is. um like that's just, well, depending on different immigration scenarios, I guess, but all these things are happening at the same time. So, but I also think that if the Soviet Union had been our main competitor, still it could have, we could have been encouraged to like invest more in science and stuff. So, because that's what happened during the Cold War. Since the Cold War, we have been, falling behind. So, but we definitely do have a housing crisis, as I understand it. Part of what is happening is an exodus from China, and this is part of what is driving up prices. In any case, your news is tough to watch, gang. Good luck. Yeah. Thanks. We got a $25 donation from 22 Many. Tie on fire. Neoliberalism couldn't have replaced social democracy without the decline of the USSR's countering power. I'll do it one last time. Triumph of Evil by Austin Murphy. Thank you for the $25 super chat. I'm going to add that to the fundraising tracker. We're still we're still not quite there. If we get halfway, maybe that will be a good little delineation. But I will also probably just have to do some funny math in order to get the fundraiser to where it needs to be. And so yeah, the reason I do these fundraisers, of course, is because like these things cost money. And so I have to, I have to pay editors. I have to pay people to, um, uh, shoot for me, and this has an animator, right? And animations being done. That stuff costs money, and so I will try to get a sponsor for it. But um, I'm gonna I'm thinking about doing one for Fallout, and I'm thinking about doing one for TNG Aliens when that comes along, and we'll see from there how things go. But um, everybody who has donated so far, I do appreciate it. I really do, and it does matter. And I'll try to put you guys's names in the credits. I think I forgot to do that for TOS Aliens, but for TNG Aliens, I mean for Wild Space, I'll try to remember to do that. Some of like the big money donors. I can put it in a pinned comment or in the description as well. But yeah. And I've been talking for 4 hours with a little break in between, but you know what I'm looking forward to? I'm looking forward to a damn meal. It seems like we're kind of winding down this conversation. I'll let anybody else who wants to kind of chime in with some final thoughts. Um, but I'll try to update about the fundraiser. I'm try to secure some funds, um, and we'll do another one of these in a month probably, and maybe a month after that. So when is the release of the body pillows? I'm working on it. Don't let all the shit in the world keep any of you down. Yeah, exactly. And I'm trying to, be a force who can kind of like come in and entertain you guys. And what I have to do is just do my best to make topics that I'm interested in that I think people will watch. Besides money, are there any goods or services people could donate to Orange River? It's a good question. Well, watching my videos and sharing them and everything, that matters and that helps because it spreads word of mouth. I do think that if you want to engage on the Discord, that is, that's gonna, be helpful as well. We have, interesting conversations there, and that's where people can bounce around ideas. It mostly happens among like patrons and members, um, but yeah, uh, I I can, come up with something to exchange, for people's time and whatnot. Any plans to revive my favorite Rotomi doctor for future ad roll? So I think eventually I am going to probably phase out um, the uh, putting that at the end of my videos, the advertisement for endurance. But he will live on in our hearts. Dr. Asakaza. Yeah, I mean, I can't really think of something like physical to send, that would be like, I don't know, we could come up with a barter system, you know. uh I think that because, like I said, these fundraisers, the numbers are somewhat arbitrary. They're factoring in like also, um, the amount that Google takes in like the percentage that they take from super chat revenue. Um, and like I said, when I keep saying funny math, like it just will depend on like what I can come up with as something that can count towards the total coming from some other area of my life, right? Some other part of my YouTube ventures or outside. Um, and you know, that, yeah, I think, you know, if I do like a cheaper fundraiser for like Fallout or something, I think that will get people on board, because people kind of came through um for TOS aliens. They probably will for TNG aliens if it's something recognizable, uh, especially Star Trek. I think that'll get people interested. Wild Space, you know, nobody really knows what that is just yet, except for the people who've watched the trailer and heard me talk about it. So in the future, that could change. But um, if you send me fan mail, you know, like I could, you know, I don't have a PO box though. People send me stuff to my address, but I really try to keep it limited to, like, you know, somebody, like, not, I can't just give out my address live on air. That's ridiculous. But like, you know, people that have sent me stuff. But um, uh, yeah, I'll try to think of something. You know, send me something in exchange for a monetary value. But I appreciate the gusto, and, you know, like I said, you know, we're in the midst of talking about the cost of living crisis, right? And here I am trying to, like, you know, get the uh, donations for this. You know, there's only so much money to go around, but we'll figure it out. A sponsor will help. You know, when I get a sponsor for this, that's going to be you know, a big help. Don't give your address out to these weirdos. Of course not. But anyway, yeah. Any God, this keeps going to top messages instead of all messages. Why? Yeah. Yeah. That's probably all I got. So I guess announcements. So TOS Aliens is coming next Friday. And of course I've teased the Metal Gear video. I've teased Three Body Problem and Mapping Lower Decks and Fallout and Wild Space and all that good stuff. So that's, you know, these videos are coming down the pipeline. Next live stream, I guess I'll probably do one of these in a month. After Halloween, maybe. Definitely want to do one by Thanksgiving, and then there's the year in review, which I have to do that. But yeah, we got a $5 donation from Colin Peacock. Thank you very much. Let me put that into my little converter on PayPal. Thank you so much. Excellent. Okay, so that will work out to 5. So we're at 470. I appreciate it, Colin. And yeah, any only if you feel like you have the capacity to donate, because not everybody does. But I can play with the numbers a little bit. And yeah, but I'm really excited for Wild Space. I'm really excited for it because it's got some really striking visuals, and it's got like commentary like none other. Like Phobia said earlier, and Kinsey, it is not like my other videos. It's going to be big. So yeah, but that's probably all I have for now. And yeah, I think now's a good time to wind down. We got steady chat, but you know, we've been going on for a while. So thank you all so much for watching. We got some good questions and answers. Well, I guess I was the one answering. Good questions today. I would like to do this again, like I said, in a few weeks. And yeah, I hope you guys enjoy the next video. It's gonna be a new series, and I'm hoping you guys will enjoy it. So Thanks for being here, and I'll send you off with um, my outro screen. Thanks again to Devi and Phobia and Kinsey for modding, and everybody else who donated. I really appreciate it. Keep up with stuff on Patreon and memberships and social media. All those links are in my fucking, descriptions of my videos. Anyone who hasn't, definitely check out the Wild Space trailer. Yes, please do. It's on my channel. It is there. And I'll see you next time.